I believe we're live now. So, mind your P's and Q's. Guy who lost a bet and shaved his beard off. No, why'd you shave your beard? You see you had a rash?
Yeah, I get this rash underneath the beard. So I'll shave it.
Well, you look more like a shaved version of you, I guess. I don't really have anything else to say about that. How's it going, man?
Pretty good.
You got all your rock put in?
Not all, but I was out there. I got a backfill, but I'm waiting a little bit to do that. A couple of weeks.
So how many tons? How many tons of rock did you get delivered?
8.
8.
8.
So 16,000 pounds of rock.
Yeah, but it should have been more. They sent.
You're really soft right now. Is your microphone not plugged in, or what's going on?
Is it? Something happened with that.
You're all like, oh well, he fixes that. I'll sit here and talk for a while. No, like your microphone out volume is low.
There we go. It switched over to the cameras, the microphone.
Oh, there you go. See,
is that better?
Okay, so you got 8 tons. You load 16 ton. What do you get?
I got 8, but they sent the wrong size. A different size than I should have got. So it should have been probably with that about 10 tons. I ended up having to buy a couple bags of concrete. Well, a couple skids actually. I had the horses.
Gotcha.
But apparently there's a rock shortage and a sand shortage worldwide. So, well, the sand shortage is worldwide. The rock, not so much.
Is that because everybody's doing home stuff right now?
The rock, I think it's just the quarries aren't geared up, to capacity yet, and people are, they're still digging. Construction never stopped. It's still constantly going. You need the stones for gravel and drainage and all that, foundations. That sand, that's worldwide, and sand is used in everything. Glass, electronics, the silicon, that's all glass or sand. Glass is using more than people really realize.
Well, good for you. So where'd you get it from? You got a guy?
Yeah, well, down here I had to go to a lawn and garden center. Up in the city, I would have went to a mason yard or something like that.
Out of curiosity, what did you pay for a ton of rock?
30, 35. Yeah,
35 bucks
for a ton of rock, and I think it was about the same. Or no, it was like 40 for the sand, a ton of sand.
Huh.
And then the cement was $14 a bag, $15 a bag. I needed 20. It cost about initially it was under 600, and then with the other skids, I think it was like 800 total. For a what is it? 17 by 25. Yeah, it's basically a 200 square foot patio.
Did you make your poor wife do all that for you?
Nah, my family came down. Yeah.
Did you do a lot of foreman work then? You just
Yeah, somewhat. One of the guys knew what he was doing, so I let him run it. If they didn't, I just told them basically what I wanted. I formed most of it out myself.
Yeah.
Throughout the week, that's just I did a little bit here and there. He just finished up a couple forms on one side, and he raised the angle a bit. I don't know why, but whatever.
Yeah, we got some. My wife and I have some landscaping plans that we want to work on. Here,
Yeah, I'm not done.
Yard. Just like when we first moved in, like we had a couple of big dogwood bushes, and then we put some brick down, for to mark it out, and But now, like the weed barrier stuff we did put down is long since gone. So we gotta go in, clean it all out, redo it, make a weekend out of it, I guess.
Yeah,
Lose my mind.
it's not that bad. Me and Jen were talking about that. I think, like I said, I got to backfill some of this, so I got to get some dirt in, some topsoil. So she wants to get some mulch too for out front and the trees and all that.
Yeah,
That one tree I would like to cut down, but I got to get the electric company out to trim around it first.
the electric company,
Yeah, it's
like the old TV show, the electric company.
before my time.
No, it wasn't. If you do Sesame Street, you knew the electric
No, it
company.
was. Me and Jen were talking about it. I was 78. That was before my time. It was a few years before my time.
Because, and that had Morgan Freeman was on the electric company. Those are some fun clips to dig up from the past, from the Wayback Machine. So,
So it gets canceled.
I mean, the electric company. I mean, I remember as a kid, I always like Sesame Street. Like, I was my jam, because I'd be all like, "Hey, this stuff's cool," it's Muppets and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then I and then I would like sit there and then but then that would start, and then I would be all like, yeah, this isn't it wasn't as interesting or whatever, right? It was like one of those things where I have noticed in actual actual board game related things. I have noticed like three different companies are like hiring people, board game companies. So people that if you've always wanted to live, you want to work in the board game world. Um, Pandasaurus, Van Ryder, and uh, uh, why can't I think of the name of the company? Elf Creek. They're all looking to hire somebody right now.
Elf Creek? Never heard of them.
Yeah, the Elf Creek did uh they did the reprint of the co-op like Sinking City or Sunken City or whatever. I forget what it was called. And then they did that B game, and then now like they've
Uh,
got I think it's the Merchants of the Dark Road that's going to be delivered soon. So yeah. So yeah, if hey, and all I think all of them said you can work remote. So uh yeah, there you go. If y'all wanted to join the glorious world that is working within the board game industry, um get your resume in order, and
Me and Joe were talking about my resume earlier.
your resume,
Yeah, like
or for you Europeans, your CV, as they
CV.
call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the only reason I know that is because the game CV, which I really liked. I actually liked my couple plays of CV. But anyway, you were saying,
We were just. She got a raise recently. We were just talking about the differential between what I made and what she made. Yeah, and I was like, I don't know. Just, being that my last job was so specific, it would be hard for me to go back into transportation again anyway. Yeah.
you know,
Well, I'm on weed, so that's probably out to begin with. But
whoa, you're on weed.
yeah,
Since when? When did this happen?
3 years, 4 years ago, 3 years ago,
You're such a,
three
such a
years ago, I was 40 when I decided to go on weed. Not quite. I'll be 43 in a couple of weeks. But
So you want to get another job?
I never wanted to stop working. It's
Yeah,
it's just eventually I will. Like my mind's not there yet. I'm having problems with the focusing and all that.
probably
Yeah.
because of all the weed.
Nah, I don't think so. Like,
Well, of course not. You're not going to admit that because
nah, it's
then you'd
just
have to stop doing weed.
I functioned on Percocet and OxyContin, and so it's like I can function on drugs. I know that. It's like I said, the focus isn't there, and I get fatigued still after like 3 or 4 hours. You know.
Well, you should probably stop doing that then. So, do you remember the game? Do you remember the board game to talk shop here a little bit? Do you remember the game Spartacus, a game of blood and treachery?
Yeah,
Okay, so and it was based off of that, and I forget which channel
I think it was
TV
Stars.
was it. Stars?
Yeah,
Okay,
the Spartacus Blooded and Sands or something.
yeah. So like when that game came out, that was in my like top 5 games of the year. Way back. This is
Yeah,
obviously
yeah.
it's far back enough that I was still doing the video stuff on a regular basis. And so when that game came out, uh, that game was really good. It had one major problem, in that combat
Yeah.
was completely based off speed. If you were faster than the other person, you were going to win. I mean, well, you weren't automatically going to win. You were mostly
There's a
going
good
to
chance
win.
you were going to, yeah.
You're a good chance you'd win. But now there's like a reprint of it. Did you see this? But it's like it looks like it doesn't have. I don't think it has the same names of the houses as. I have to do some research and like check it out on BGG and see if it's like because it doesn't have it doesn't have the names of the houses if I recall.
They could
Um,
have changed it. Remember that the main dude had cancer or something and died in between seasons?
yeah,
And then
but
they did like that prequel season?
yeah, but here's the deal. So there was the 4 houses that were in the TV show, and I don't believe that they used those same 4 houses in the um in the new one, right? They just give them a new name or a new
Yeah.
whatever, right? And so and I'd have to dig. I don't know if they include like the expansion material or anything like that in it. But this is the only reason I bring this up is because this gives me
Uh-oh.
a slight bit of hope. There's a hope festering in my brain about this because if because so the first Spartacus all the art was just pictures they just
Yeah.
took stills from the thing, so they didn't have to really do art, they just took stuff from the TV shows, right? So and now they just came out with it and it's actual art, like so they're actually doing, so they could theoretically do Battlestar Galactica, and because like they say the big thing is that they can't like get the rights to the
License, right?
well, it doesn't. I think you'd have to license the name Battlestar Galactica, right? But the big thing is that you couldn't get like the likenesses
Right,
of
right.
the actors. Like you couldn't. They're like basically by being on the show, they signed away. They let the show use their image, their likeness,
Right.
and make some money off of that, because it's just part of the deal. But after the show was done, like I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I think the problem is that the rights to themselves have reverted back to them,
Right.
and so you can't like reprint that game without having an issue or whatever. So yeah, I mean it's one of those things where it's like maybe they could somehow do it then, like
Well, they are rebooting Battlestar Galactica, from what I understand. So you might get another Battlestar Galactica game after all.
maybe. I'm still missing the Daybreak expansion, but Michael Giuliano, he's having Q's.
You just gotta go to a convention.
I just got to go to a convention. If I go to QsCon in November,
You're getting it hand delivered.
He says he'll hand it off to me. I'm actually working on him to get his complete set because I would like to actually get the complete set from, and I might be able to pull that off. I'm going to work out a trade. I think I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
How often do you really pull that out, Lance?
Oh, he pulls it off all the time.
Yeah. I mean,
It's very persistent.
It is a that game. I haven't played it obviously because I haven't really had people in my house.
Yeah,
but when I
You're
do
talking
have
about when you pull it out. I thought when
in
he
the
pulls
before
off these
times.
deals.
What now?
I was saying
No.
how often you think he pulls off these weird deals.
Oh no, I pull off the weird deals all the time.
Oh yeah.
I've traded off. Well, the nice thing about having a bunch of games that I don't really care about is that like I will trade. I mean, if to get like the one thing I want, like Plague and Pestilence was a Grail game that I wanted forever, right? It was like it's just a simple little a dice game about plagues and pestilences. It was made by Chessex Games, and it's reasonably fun, but it was impossible to find a copy. And then I saw somebody was like, "Oh, I got a copy, and I'd like to get rid of it." And it was like people are like, "Oh, I'll give you like $30. I'll give you $40." And I like sent him an email, and I was like, "Look, here's 10 games I'm willing to get rid of. Pick 5, and I'll send them to you, and you send me that one thing." Well, of course that guy's going to take that offer.
The Plague and Pestilence box is like this big, right?
Yeah, it's just a tiny little box.
Business cards. I think I remember seeing it in the game store for years and years and years.
Yeah, but it's impossible to get hold of. But I threw
Yeah.
five of those in a box, and I sent them off, and he was like, "Oh, well, I'm really worried that you're not going to send me this." I was like, "That's fine. I'll just send these to you first. And then you just send me the other thing, just whatever." Send it, and he was like, "Wow, you were serious." I was like, "Yeah, I was serious because I just don't care about those." So, and people are going to do that. That's how I got my unpunched copy of Dune, like the old Avalon Hill. Somebody said, "Hey, I found this in my dad's closet, and it was completely unpunched." That was like 3 years before the reprint came out. But it's still unpunched. Pretty, but I got it.
I don't think I'll ever
wanted
play
it.
that game.
It is, if you're gonna play it, you play the reprint because they streamlined. They streamlined the heck out of it.
I don't remember if I ever did play it.
Oh, I mean the crummy thing about
I played a print and play, and then I'm trying to remember if I actually played the original.
The crummy thing about Dune Imperium, and there isn't much I can say that's crummy about Dune Imperium because I really like my plays of Dune Imperium. But the crummy thing about Dune Imperium is that it scratches my I want to play a game in the Dune world, in that IP, and so then I'm not going to play Dune because it scratches that itch.
Right.
Yeah. Andy Anderson's here, double A. Andy Anderson is like one of the nicest guys in the board game world. If you've ever, I have had the pleasure of eating lunch at his house with his lovely wife.
I feel sorry for his lovely wife.
No, they live in Grand Rapids and they're just super cool. I mean, so whenever I went to Grand Con, I would usually spend a day just hanging out with Andy and his wife. Went to it. He has an he has a board game collection to die for. And his wife handmade shelving for him.
All right.
And he has a game room that puts, I mean, if you ever got to see his game room, you'd be all like, it's like, I want to live here, and then it's just and that's only and that's on the top floor of his house. In his basement, he's got even more games and stuff set aside. So
next week. Is it next week? When is Memorial Day weekend? Is that this weekend or next week?
This weekend.
So next week we're moving the library, taking the old 2019 Essen and moving into the main library and then emptying the shelves. And then Lincoln's shipping 9 boxes from California because we had collected all those games last year.
Yeah.
And we did all our videos, sending them to put in the library. Wonder why?
no.
Somebody
said that,
unless you're going to say something, Scott, don't say nothing. All right?
He said just do it.
I hinted at something there by saying what we were working on.
I caught the hint last week.
Well,
unless you're going to say
I-
something.
Why
say
would we
something.
bother working on the PG library this year?
Yeah, you better have it, buddy.
So here's a question. We're not going to Essen. We're not going to Gen Con. Publicly we have not said we're not going to any convention. So, I mean, I've talked about it on the show, but the 20 people that watch it. We're not going to any conventions this year. But I want to get the games.
I put in my.
You want the games?
I want the games.
I put in my application
give
for
them
a
to you,
press
yeah.
pass for Gen Con, and I got put on the waiting list. So,
What?
womp womp.
You're an exhibitor. Why do you have to buy a press pass?
I just apply for it every year. But I'm not going anyway, right? Because if you get the press pass, you can get in the room with the drinks. So
You want to go in a room of shared drinks with other people this year?
I'm vaccinated. What do I care?
Okay, you can still catch it by the way. I think people don't realize that. I don't know.
I think
Weird.
people don't either.
Haven't you been outside? We're all
Well,
back
I mean,
to normal.
It's all
Are we?
back to normal.
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
is.
Sure.
Whether you have it or
Everywhere
not,
I
it's
mean,
back to normal.
I went to
I don't know.
a
I
few
feel like
more-
it's a false sense of security. I mean, here's the deal. If I'm gonna get it, I want the vaccine, right? Because it's gonna be non-lethal symptoms, hopefully.
Yeah.
But whatever. I don't want to talk about that even tonight.
I went to a funeral. Nobody was wearing a mask. Went to a funeral.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it was full. Yeah, it was a full house.
Was it in church or outdoors?
It was it was inside a funeral home.
A funeral. Okay.
It was a buddy of mine's father who that I knew forever. So like my friend that died of cancer when he was 18, I was like best friends with him, and then I became really, really good friends with his younger brother. And so I basically knew their dad since I was like 10. Yeah, I mean, so for most of my life I knew, and so he passed away back in December, and they
clean my pipes.
They just didn't have a service until they were able to actually have people be there.
Yep.
So I mean, yeah, I mean, I mean, my local game store, they are, Watsy has told them they can go back to having Friday Night Magic. So this Friday Night Magic, baby, pile in.
I'm having games this Saturday.
Spend the money.
We were, so, well, I don't know how much I want to say on stream, but, I've spent many days in the hospital last week. Not me, but visiting Michelle.
Right.
Michelle was in the hospital.
Yeah, what I mean, you said she. I mean, it's private, so I don't want to.
Yeah,
is she okay?
Oh yeah, she's fine. She's out.
Okay.
It was funny because, well, it wasn't funny. I thought it was, whatever. I don't know what to say. But basically, she could have got out a day early, and they came and they woke her up, and I was in the room. I was just sitting there. They woke her up, and they're like, "Do you want to stay another day?" And she's like, completely out of it, right, with the drugs and everything.
That's what they do, Scott.
I guess so. And I'm like, what? How do you not want to leave here immediately? I guess the drugs are too good.
That's what they do. They get you questions when you're fucked up on the drugs.
Yeah.
First thing in the morning.
I'm like, oh, let's go. Because we were there to pick her up, just waiting for them to
release her.
Release her.
Well, couldn't you step in and just say, wait a minute?
I did.
Time out.
I tried.
Yeah. You
I
tried.
tried talking her out of it. But in the end, you got to respect her wishes, right? I mean, she's the patient. I'm not. I just want to leave. Like I
there's probably
yeah.
a cute,
every minute of that place.
Probably a cute young doctor. Yeah, she was making googly eyes.
I did not see any males when I was there.
Really?
No men, zero.
I didn't say it had to be a male doctor.
Oh, okay. I did.
Wow! Look at sexist Scott.
I did a lot of pudding. No, you.
There's really not a lot of men. Well, at least in my experience with the hospitals.
I mean, Michelle's doctor is a female. It was great.
Yeah.
No, that's the old like the plays on your social mores, the thing where it's like a man and his son are in a car accident, and they're both severely hurt, and they're taken to the hospital. And on the way there, the father dies, but they bring the son in, and they're gonna he needs emergency surgery, and then the doctor comes in and gets ready, and then says, "I can't do this. This boy is my son." And they say, "How is that possible?" And people are like, "Oh," and it's right. Like it's because you
think every doctor is a man.
Yeah, but it's a classic.
Those days are over.
Well, no, those days are over, but you can still. People are like, I don't know, how does that work? Like, was he adopted? Was he, did they recognize?
It used to stymie people. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember those days. Well, anyway, I was glad to get out of there. I mean, I was.
Sucks, doesn't it?
A little bit annoyed that she wanted to stay another day because it's honestly it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
You have to mask up. I had to get not COVID tested, but screened. Answer a bunch of questions every day we went there. So whatever, it's over. It's all good.
So somebody mentioned something I just wanted to point out that in I forget who Gator Dave I think said that you could make a Battlestar Galactica game as long as you made it vague enough that the themes, and first of all they did that with that moon game. Jupiter.
No, they tried to do that with the moon game.
Which wasn't, and that game was
Dark Moon. The Stronghold game, right?
What was wrong with the game? It was the same game.
It was not the same game. It was Battlestar Galactica Dice, first of all, which was, and then but But that game relied on people being honest about what they rolled, and like behind a thing.
Yeah.
So people could cheat. It's the same thing with
You really play with people who would cheat in that game.
Well, but the thing is that you never know, right? I mean, I'm not, and okay, yes, I agree. It's like playing Roll for the Galaxy too. You're just really a perfect roll. You got okay. I guess you got the perfect roll. I mean, it's one of those things.
Do you typically find that you find players that you play with the cheat?
So you're telling me that if like you're playing with somebody and and I'm not saying one of those people would cheat, right? But like, let's say they just like if you're playing Roll for the Galaxy, they're like, yeah, look at this, I got the perfect roll again, like 6 times in a row, which isn't impossible. It could happen. You wouldn't be like, all right, just like
I don't know. I guess I don't care.
Yeah, I
but
mean, I
don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it. So maybe.
Yeah, I don't think
if I had seen it, then maybe I would ask some questions about what's going on.
I'd never seen it intentionally, but
so here's the deal. So the thing about the fact that the Who Goes There game, which wasn't the Thing game, the Who Goes There game, is they were able to do that because the story or whatever the of Who Goes There, like the original like science fiction story, it's in public domain, and so they're like, and so even though where the Thing is based on that old story, it is its own entity. But if you just base it on something that's in public domain, you can't really. I mean, it's why you can write stuff about Cthulhu and stuff like that. And I will say this:
there are certain words that are protected with Cthulhu.
Well, perhaps.
Yeah.
Call it Cthulhu.
You are. Well, technically, you are that guy. Just like, well, technically, no. The best. The best.
What you do to him, Scott? What the fuck?
The best game.
Well, you said it like it's use all the words you want. It's not true. People in trouble.
So the best game based on the Thing, however, is and I've said this many times over, it is the print and play game that you can download the file. It's on BGG. The guy made it available. It is his game, The Thing, that is like, since it is just like a, hey, I just made this for fun, and you can download this and you can print the thing. You can take the files, you can send over to ArtScout, and you can have them made. And I have a print and play. I'm looking at it. I can see it on my shelf up there, and it is the best game based on that movie ever. And
it sucks.
No,
horrible.
It is.
I will throw in the burn pit.
I should do a video review on it. Really, I mean, it is so good. I mean, because one person plays. I've told this story before. But one person plays the Thing player. You're the Thing they brought back from the ice. It's like, so if you're not familiar with the movie The Thing,
everybody's familiar with the movie.
Okay, well, okay,
it's a 40-year-old fucking movie, Lance.
No,
older than I am.
So tell me more about one thing.
So one person comes back, and at the very beginning of the game,
not quite.
The Thing player hands cards to each person, and they can choose to infect one person, or they can infect nobody. And but you hand one to every single time, and then basically players start to like take votes, and like, who's going to, should we do this, should we quarantine somebody in the shack, should we, if they don't trust them. And then what happens is that cards get drafted and moved around, and they go through the Thing player as well, and the Thing player can sometimes mess with the cards and hand off infected cards, and people that are infected can infect other people depending upon who goes with and certain things. And I mean, and there's all kinds of stuff that happens that the Thing player can finish making the flying saucer and can escape. And if that happens, then they automatically win. But the cool thing is that at the very end of the game, what will happen is that like all
blood
the players,
tests.
What?
Blood tests?
No. Well, that's the thing that happens. You can do blood tests to try to figure out. But at the very end, it is you get to the end, and basically everybody has to vote, and everybody gets to pick. And it's like, if they think that nobody is infected, they turn over that everything's fine, we're in the clear. But if one person says, I think people are infected, you burn the camp down, and everybody dies. But if anybody was infected, technically, even though you all die, the humans win because they manage to contain the infection and it doesn't get out and destroy the world. But if all, but so like,
game. How long does it take?
A couple hours.
Ugh, couple hours.
Well, you gotta remember this is a print and play game that was made like 10 years ago.
Do you remember Panic Station?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever play it?
Garbage.
Yeah, garbage. Hot garbage. But I wanted it so bad to work.
I wanted it so bad to work.
Hot garbage.
Garbage.
And have you ever had a conversation with David Oslus?
No.
He is convinced he's never made a bad game.
Oh, you know what? I actually just bought something off Miniature Market. I bought the Darker Darkest game.
But
apparently, I heard they rewrote the rules and it's good.
Well, here's that game is hot garbage as well. That game is hot garbage.
I want to try it with the new rules and see what it's
okay, that's fine.
I don't think anybody gave it a second chance.
Yeah.
Did anybody actually play it? I didn't play it.
I played it. And I remember like the severe amount of disconnect that you had between collecting the random pieces of equipment and then like in each random piece of equipment had a color code to it. Ugh. And then to get into like the secret areas, you had to have the right color code combination to like. And the thing was, it wasn't like, oh, you got to use a flashlight and a crowbar and you know what and some motor oil to okay, that makes sense. What do I got to like you know try to find my way in the dark?
There were shapes and colors.
Well, yeah, but here's the deal. Like thematically, those cards meant nothing because it was like. Enter in the right code for the keypad to get into the lab. Well, why is my flashlight purple triangle? This doesn't make any sense.
Oh, did they actually put items on the cards?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a mistake. Whatever. I'm gonna give it a try. $15. I mean, I put my other one in the library. So
yeah, I saw they were having a 90% off sale. I always end up going into it late, and then anything that was worth anything to get is usually gone. So
let me tell you what I bought. Nothing amazing. I bought some. I think I tagged on a new game on there too to make it free shipping.
So let's see here.
Spend money to save money. Darker Darkest, Planet of the Apes. Did you ever play Planet of the Apes?
No.
Me neither. Dreams of Tomorrow, which I never heard of. Narcos, the board game, which is a hidden movement game. It's supposedly pretty good from what
I've heard that was good, but there's other games that do it.
I mean, better, I almost bought it for $75 at the game store because it's a CMON game, no discount. Master's Trial: Wrath of Magmaroth, which is I guess a redo of Dice City, like as a co-op, which I'm checking out. And then I got the new Andor that made it over 100. The family version of Andor.
Oh, you got over the hump, and then
well, it's either that or spend $25 in shipping, or get a $25 game and get free shipping.
Let's see here.
Stupid logic.
Well, I could go.
I'll probably put them all in the library after. I think we've got most of these in the library. Oh, and I got Kraos. Do you remember Kraos? Did I make you play that with me?
I played that with you.
Yeah. I really like that game, and I lost my copy.
Well, you're the one. I mean, I guess the game was fine. I just wasn't gonna like rush out and get it anytime. I wasn't gonna go out and play it again anytime soon. I mean, I haven't even looked at it. I'm sure if I dug around, I'd find something I wanted. But you know what? I'm already talking about like I made a list of things that I want to accomplish this summer, and among those things are get like all of my games out of the basement and like basically set up some folding tables in the garage, get all the games out of the basement, and then like I have 2 full Calyx shelves that I can't even put together because I have no room to put them together. So
yeah, you need a pretty big space. You need basically as big as those Calyx shelves are on the floor.
Yeah. So I mean, so the thing is that so it's like I gotta like go, and I mean I think I could put them together upstairs and I could walk them down, but I mean I still just need to get everything out of here. And then that's one of the things by the end of the summer I have to get, and also really truly get down to like the 100 game level that I want to get down to.
Oh, that's good.
Whether it is selling them or giving them away or throwing them in the trash, it's going to happen. Yeah.
Are we boring you, Scott?
No, I just got hit by a yawn.
You want to talk Army of the Dead?
Yeah, have you watched it?
Yeah, I watched it.
I mean, I just have a few problems with it. I thought it was fine. Like, it's kind of fun.
It is a.
I watched the whole thing. I mean,
without
pretzels.
getting into too many like spoiler town things.
Yeah, unfortunately, the things I want to talk about are
what
spoiled.
really bothered me about the movie was that it was just it was relying on way too much turn your brain off.
Yes.
To
I mean, from the
really,
basic premise of the movie.
Well, I mean, okay,
as
fine.
Soon as you found out like the real mission.
Yeah, why did you
even bother?
Why would you lie? Why would you lie and tell them it was a different mission to begin with? And it was just
inexplicable. I can't even think of a good reason to figure it out.
No, you can't. I mean, it was just like, oh, I will still pay you all of this freaking money as long as you do the real mission.
Someone
right?
posted up how much $200 million weighs.
Oh yeah,
it's like 4 tons.
And they got it in their backpacks.
They got it in a few backpacks, which half of them didn't even have the backpack. When they walked out of there, oh shit, I shouldn't say that, but whatever. When they walked, a lot of them didn't have the backpack. Yeah, we're in spoiler territory, by the way.
What the hell's wrong?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna dive. Hey, Matt, I'm not.
I had one problem with it.
Well, here's like I don't want to like. So, also, it's one of those things where everybody. Like apparently a zombie horse is as fast as a helicopter.
Oh yeah. That was totally ridiculous. Like that was like, holy shit, how stupid is that? I mean, you know what would have been cooler?
Anything but that.
The spoiler. The dude should have jumped from building to building.
Well, yeah. I mean that would have been.
You know what I mean? That would have been way cooler and more like, oh, that's okay. That's interesting. Like he could glide or something. I don't know what the fuck. I mean, the buildings weren't that far apart.
And it was just kind of like, oh, I got to, everybody just making incredibly stupid decisions. Like, oh, I have to go save my friend, and then, yeah. I mean, it's just like no.
And by the way, this is super spoiler, everybody. So you better not listen. Where'd the friend go at the end?
Yes.
Where did she go? They never showed her again after she got on the helicopter.
It was like the whole thing was you had to get the friend, and then the friend's gone.
She's relaxing. She's been through some trauma.
I'm not like, where did she go? And was the helicopter pilot that?
And how about the fact that,
by the way, helicopter pilot characters, what's the best character?
Oh yeah, easily.
That was my problem with her. Tig Notaro, is that her name?
Yeah, she's hilarious.
It just seemed like there was a disconnect between the other actors and her.
She was purely digital.
She was.
Oh, is she?
She was not original actor in that
they
role.
replaced the actress or the actor, and
yeah,
he's never met Dave Bautista.
It seemed like that to me. There just seemed like a disconnect between not only him,
it was
but
like they weren't on the same page. They weren't on the same screen. But that's because they digitally erased an actor, by the way.
I mean, she did a fine job, but she's a comedian. Tig Navarro.
No, the person they replaced, it was another comedian.
Oh,
another comedian.
I don't know. This is the first I heard of this.
Some essay allegations.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's some serious allegations against that guy.
So another thing that bothered me about that was just kind of like, okay, well, first of all, I was like, hi, I'm the corporate goon that will be betraying you later. Just like, yeah,
obviously.
Which,
wait. By the way, all right, this is so dumb. He locks the lady out. Right?
Oh yes,
and then she jumps through the window, and she's just sitting there, and everybody's just like going. No one turns back for her. Except for the one guy who basically seems like they could have got her, right? Like there wasn't that many zombies.
Yeah, she was like got like the 4 or 5 zombies. Oh yeah, she's done for. Really. She's still alive. She's right there.
And then she didn't say anything. Like was she muted? Like could she say, "Oh, that guy fucked me over"?
Yeah.
No, of course not.
I remember just being.
That was a little bit frustrating.
I'll say this for
she's going to let him know, and they're going to take care of that guy.
Yeah, for a 2.5 hour long movie, it did fly by.
Yeah,
I mean,
there was a couple scenes where I went 15 seconds. 15, like just sappy.
Yeah.
melodramatic bullshit. I was like, come on.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about them feelings, right, Scott?
I got the point, and then it went on for like 15 seconds too long. And I'm like,
and then somebody made a list of all of the aliens references, like that you can.
Well, there was also a what a hunk of junk. Right?
Yeah, what a hunk of junk.
Yeah.
And then
and Keith told me he thought the sounds from the chopper starting up were from the Falcon.
Well, no, when it's like it's the same noise as the Millennium Falcon made when it wouldn't go into hyperdrive.
Right.
Yeah. Would it help if I got out and pushed?
Yeah. It might.
What were the aliens references?
I mean, just like a lot of things where it's like you got to go back and save the one girl, kind of thing. It was just like it just kind of hits on the same notes.
Been done.
What was up with the robot zombies?
No
with
idea.
the blue eyes? Why they were making cyborg
cyborg
zombies?
Sparks flying out of them. Yeah,
and then they had glowing blue eyes. Are they making cyborg zombies? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's
I like the beginning.
Yeah.
I thought there was a lot of fun things in there. Like, and then they mentioned, this is another annoyance. They mentioned, the rain brings them back to life for a few hours. Like, well, that'll be interesting at the end of the movie when it starts to rain.
Nope. Just doesn't happen.
I wonder if that's in a cut somewhere though, right? It has to be. Because they wouldn't put that in there for no reason.
Well, there's going to be a sequel, so we'll see.
Well, how about that guy? How about that guy in his cool, like he has that cool like handsaw he's showing off.
Yes.
Like
never used it.
Never used it.
Except someone else used it to cut open a wall.
Yeah.
Never tore up a zombie with a handsaw.
It was just
and
like,
then you remember they were watching YouTube videos of the guy, the sharpshooter guy or whatever, the trick shooter. Did he do any trick shots?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, again,
it was kind of like, what's that movie? It was like Suicide Squad.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah,
and then I'm like, this should be cool because everybody has their own thing.
I didn't hate the first Suicide Squad movie. I mean, it was definitely a paint by numbers, movie that kind of moved forward. It wasn't great. The trailer for the second one makes it look kind of cool. I mean,
yeah,
I'll probably watch that. And
I think they'll learn from their mistakes for the first one.
And we all watched the Snyder Cut, right? You did watch the Snyder Cut of Justice League.
I really liked it.
I mean it. I think one of my friends said the first one was dog piss.
Yeah.
And the thing is I never saw the first one. I just assumed it was going to be horrible, and I just didn't bother watching it.
I think I saw it, but I don't remember.
So when the Snyder Cut came out, and I watched the original Justice League, and I watched the Snyder Cut, I was like, I mean, okay, this is 4 hours, so it was like one of those things where I kind of like I watched half of it, and then I came back and watched the other half the next day.
It blew by for me.
And I was sitting there, and I was watching it, and I was like, that was a good movie. It was just good. It wasn't fantastic. It wasn't great. It was just good. But I guess like I can see why. Like they said, the first one was such garbage that like, and then I was like, oh, cool. And I was talking to somebody about the first one, and they said, oh yeah, well, hey Keith, they said like the first one, it's like, oh, the villain was completely different, and I was like, oh, like different voice or something. No, like not CGI. Yeah, and I was just like, I was like, so seriously, like they made the first movie with this CGI villain, like running around doing all this crazy shit with all these like spikes and this big axe and everything like that. And then they just took him out of the movie. How much money did they spend? And then just removed it.
How much money they spend on these things and just get wasted.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you thought about with Keith watched it last night? We're Army of the Dead. We're talking about this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, how did the guy get out of the vault?
Well, just explosion, loosened it up.
And he didn't die.
I know. Wait. So dumb. You mean the giant casino didn't collapse on it?
Hey, if that's your, I mean,
or the radiation.
If Indiana Jones can live in a refrigerator,
he can live in a
he could survive the initial part, he just would never get out. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, he can get out. I mean, like if the rest of the thing was atomized, I'm just like, aren't you
Like
going to get hit by all the fallout
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everything
Isn't there
else?
like pure radiation fallout there?
Yeah.
Whatever.
As soon as you open the
It should have been
safety,
like
be
a
dead.
week instead of like a day.
Somebody's asking if anybody's watched Jupiter's Legacy. I haven't started yet.
No.
It doesn't
I
look
didn't finish
interesting
it.
to me. It just doesn't look interesting to me. I don't know why.
It was slow.
Yeah, that I do remember.
It was quite slow.
Slow.
Shadow and Bone, on the other hand, was fantastic.
Yeah, that's one I want to watch.
Yeah.
Hey,
Is that
Chris.
the HBO one?
Hey, Christian.
The Nevers or something?
Oh, the Nevers.
A lot of people have
Gemini's-
an issue with that show because of Joss Whedon.
Oh,
Somebody
is
just
it?
asked
He
if-
was attached to that? I didn't know that.
He He's not anymore.
Me and Jen started and we just never finished it.
The Nevers? Oh, it's amazing so far.
Somebody
quite
just
good.
asked if Jonna had watched Army of the Dead. I saw she posted on her Facebook feed. Army of the Dead is the best movie ever. Something like that.
Here's the deal. It's good. It's
Yeah,
got
it's-
those stupid problems that make you think it's silly, but it's
Good.
like right on the edge there. Where if you think of, like, they just need to get somebody like a super geek to like just look at the movie and like figure out all the logic problems. Like,
Okay,
they
go-
can't-
Going
They
into
can't-
Good's
this,
a little generous. It was a movie that wasn't
Huh.
like worth turning off immediately, but
but I mean,
no.
going into this, were you expecting The Godfather or you know,
no.
Schindler's List
I
or
was expecting
something?
the
I mean,
Suicide Squad.
No, but I did rewatch the
I mean,
Godfather
each one
the other day.
would die eventually, and then maybe they get out here.
Did you watch 2 after that?
I always watch 2 after I watch Godfather.
I can't sit that long.
So the only time
is-
I've watched Godfather 1 and 2, because I never watched it until literally like 3 years ago, it was the version where they had merged 1 and 2 together.
Oh, I've seen that. I mean, it isn't as
Can't
good in
watch
my
that.
opinion,
You
but
can't watch that as your first.
Well, I
never
haven't,
seen it.
but I tell you what, if you've never watched it, I mean, it does tell you the story
Yeah.
in chronological order,
It's
so you know
cooler
what's
to
going
see
on.
it out of order, though, right?
oh yeah, I mean,
It
it's
reveals
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh,
Well,
so
I can never know that.
I know.
I can never know that
Yeah.
because I only saw it merged. Unfortunately, I saw Godfather 3 before I saw either of the other two.
Oh dear.
And
Wow.
hence I was not
wait,
impressed
wait,
with the
wait,
Godfather
wait,
series.
wait, time out. I don't. They never made a Godfather 3.
You know they're
They're
not
making a
called
fourth.
Godfather
No.
3 anymore, right? They took the name away.
Yeah.
What's that, Scott?
It's not called Godfather 3 anymore. It's something like Corleone's Revenge or something like that.
Is it?
Well,
I
and
know
here's
they
the other
did
thing. I mean, it's like
something- Like the director's cut on it. I was going through that. Do I really want to sit through this movie again? I decided not.
So
to
Godfather- Godfather 2 is the rare situation where the sequel is better than the original.
Superman 2 is better than the original.
Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Terminator 2 is
I
better.
mean, no, I mean, there's a
There's
handful.
know
a rare,
about-
but there's others.
There's
There's
a
a
handful.
handful.
Yeah.
I'm going to dispute Terminator 2 being better than the original.
Yeah, I don't
Come
agree with
on,
Terminator 2
Terminator
being
2
better.
is
Than,
fucking
I think
awesome.
Terminator 2
Why?
was
Because
good.
yeah, it was good, but I mean, but
Oh.
the first Terminator, I mean, that was so good.
It's
It was good.
iconic.
Yeah.
It was good.
I mean, both were great,
Terminator 2 was
but
awesome.
2 is better.
Well, no, I mean, because remember,
Aliens,
I mean,
too.
you remember
then
the
they
first
stopped.
time. Remember,
Aliens.
well, see,
Aliens.
and I would
Yeah.
argue that Alien is still a better movie. Because
I mean, it's
because-
also
I disagree.
well, no, but here's the
Yeah.
deal with Aliens. It's like Alien was a horror movie.
Yeah.
It was straight out horror. Aliens was an action movie.
Yeah.
With
Sure.
with suspense.
I'm kind of biased because I seen Aliens first.
For shredded wheat, man.
Oh, my dad took me to see Alien like as an 8-year-old kid, and I was horrified. The scene where
That's about what I
they're
seen.
opening and closing the tunnels behind Dallas,
Mhm.
and they're sitting there and
Those
they're
tunnels closed in the weird way, like
like
and
they were like
crunchy metal and like
yeah, like
go to
and
a
it-
pinhole.
and then he would go in the next one. He'd shoot the flamethrower, and then he'd say, "Close it behind me." And then they're sitting there and they're watching the blip, and it's just like,
Yeah.
he's right. It's right on top of you, Dallas. He's like, "I'm telling you, it's not here." And then he turns and it, like,
And then you see a guy in a mask with gloves, which is
oh
the
my
worst
god!
effect, even though it's scary as shit.
my father peeled me off the ceiling of the movie theater.
Oh man.
But yeah, and the thing about Alien is that you can go back and watch Alien, and it is somebody just said this too. Like it holds up. Wait a minute. Jana's in the why isn't Jana in here? She's like in the
He's
in the
too
chat.
good for us.
Oh, she's too good for us. Okay, that's
Maybe she's not in the group.
What is the movie
she
that?
is. She is
Yeah,
so
she
in
is,
the group.
yeah. What is the movie that you remember scared you the most as a kid? It was Pumpkinhead for me.
Exorcist.
Fucking Freddy Krueger, dude.
Poltergeist.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, really?
Poltergeist.
Nightmare on Elm Street did not scare me, but I loved them.
I was at my
Poltergeist.
aunt and uncle's place for like
Exorcist.
my relatives were having a party at my aunt and uncle's place, and I was in the bedroom with all the kids, and we watched it. It was
Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
I seen that.
Poltergeist,
on
yeah, Poltergeist
on
for Chris.
cable.
Poltergeist is a really good pull because Poltergeist was what came out before, there was PG-13. Like it was right before PG-13 was a thing, and it was a PG movie. So
It was a heavy
again, my father takes me because he loves scary movies. He takes me to see Poltergeist, and I'm watching a guy claw his own face off in the mirror, and
Starting to see why.
Oh, yeah, the maggot coming out.
I think you know, buddy.
So Jana says
Nightmare on Elm Street on the big screen is really
Jana
scary.
says, I'll be up all night if I get on now. Lol. Well, whatever. You make up your own. I guess if you choose not to join us, you don't have to. But you're welcome. I think it'd be cool. I think we'd all think it would be cool. But anyway. That one, the original Jaws scared me. I mean, now I can watch it. I mean, I wonder, like, when I watch it now, like, why this really scared me. But I think that the one scene in Jaws where, like, the two fishermen and the one guy gets pulled out into the water and he starts swimming back, and his buddy's like, don't look back, just keep swimming, and like, and it's the moment where he's trying to get up and his feet are slipping on the like that
the rubber squeaking.
Yeah, the squeaking.
The rubber boots are squeaking.
And you're just like, oh.
That's pretty. That's a good scene.
So
that was
let me
just
ask you this.
super
You're
intense.
talking about Jaws. Do you think there's any movie that has affected how more people behave in their real life than Jaws did?
The movie?
I mean, if you're talking about horror movies, I mean, no, I think like you go to documentaries.
No, I mean like fiction movies, fiction cinema. Did anything make people change the way they behaved in their own life more than Jaws? Because
I going in the ocean or something.
Oh yeah, there were people back when Jaws came out. People were scared to hell to go swimming in the ocean. Like it terrified people to go in the ocean.
Yeah, it did.
You have to be old like us to remember that, because it doesn't, like, when you watch the rubber shark now, it's not scary. But then it's like, wow, this could actually happen. Everything in this movie
did
happen. I think Shark Week has knocked that down and actually made people less afraid as they learn more about how sharks really behave. But in the 70s, man, I didn't want to go to the damn ocean.
That did actually happen. It happened in like 1904 or something.
Well, yeah, it happened
in northern Jersey.
Yeah, and it wasn't. They don't think it was a white. They think it was a bull, and it was
Yeah.
swimming up a freaking river, eating people swimming in a river. I mean, it was horrible. That's really where that story came from. But it wasn't a big giant monster shark that you had to explode with a tank. But
you mentioned The Exorcist. You know what movie doesn't get enough credit? Exorcist 3 is a really good movie. Go and watch Exorcist.
What's that guy's name?
With yeah, I can't think of his name right now either.
Yeah, the liquids, the bodily fluids guy. What's his name?
No, different guy.
Isn't that him?
Yeah, no, George C. Scott.
Yeah, George.
Oh,
yeah.
Isn't he seen him on the
Yeah, you're right. No, that he plays the general in the war room in that movie, but he's not our precious bodily fluids, Mandrake. Our precious bodily fluids, Mandrake.
Oh yeah, that's the other general.
Yeah, but no, Exorcist 3 is everybody like
George C. Scott in Exorcist 3.
Yes,
okay.
He is
I've ever seen it.
Oh, it has one of the best jump scares to ever be in a movie ever. I mean, like most people rate it as like one of the like it's in like the top 5 for most people if they talk about horror movies and jump scares. No, I mean, horror movies. I mean, like, and see now it's like horror movies. They seem to want to like just like, I mean, like Hereditary was one of like.
Oh yeah, that's fucking scary.
Oh, I've talked.
We've talked about that many times.
Hereditary is just. It is.
I had to turn down the volume on that.
Like I said, I
Ring
turned that off. I've said that before.
In
about an hour into the movie, I just said I need a break. I
turned the lights on.
Yeah,
I turned the lights on for the Ring.
You need to redo the Ring with the zoom now. She can crawl out of the.
Oh really? Oh. I find movies in general have like no plot anymore. It's just all CGI and jump scares or something like that. In the case of horror movies,
Go watch
What's that series on Netflix?
I can't remember.
Haunted House or what was it?
Well,
it's the same filmmaker as Hereditary, but I can't remember the name of the movie. It's a new one.
Yeah, Babadook.
No, it's Midsummer.
Midsummer, that's right.
Midsummer is really, it's good and scary, and it's not jump scares.
It isn't jump scares. It's just
creepy as fuck.
It's creepy as heck, and the thing about that movie, it's well lit. Like
it's all daylight. there's no daylight. I think there might be like 1 or 2 dark scenes, but maybe like most of it is all.
And almost all of the, well, I should say, a lot of the evil just happens off screen. I mean, it's like there's definitely evil that happens off screen on screen, but a lot of those, yeah, it's just Midsummer is good. No, like Hereditary is just that.
Didn't you guys watch Saw?
Yeah,
I saw one.
Is there anything? I never seen.
I remember I heard. So here's a true story about Saw. I remember I was sitting there and and like everybody talked about, oh, it's this great movie or whatever, and I was like, all right, whatever. And then I remember a buddy of mine brought it over, and he's like, I want to finally see this movie, what this movie's all about. So we sat down, we were watching this movie, and we were way too critical. I think we wouldn't let the movie like transport us into its world. And we were just like, this doesn't make any sense. There's no way on earth this would work this way. There's no way on earth people would act this way. It's like and so for that, I couldn't get into Saw. I mean, it was just like, really? So somehow he just didn't breathe for the entire movie, and he just laid there on the floor, and now we're supposed to be scared. Spoiler,
Don't spoil it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I think you just did, but whatever.
Well, no, I mean I don't know. I apologize. It's not worth your time.
I'll forget it. I want to watch it.
I mean, I guess if you just want to like watch it.
What was the other? Okay, there was another movie. I think Hostel. Hostel?
Yeah, I saw one.
That was kind of garbage too. Hostel and Hostel 2. It was just it's like torture porn basically.
Yeah, basically.
Torture porn.
And you may see that series on Netflix as like Haunting on House Hill or something like that.
Yeah, Jen and I watched the first season. I think.
Don't spoil it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I've only seen.
Played a board game based on that.
So the
I wonder if there's a board game.
So the first season, it had really good episodes and not so great episodes, but it definitely, I don't know. This is my opinion. The first season, it definitely did a really good job for like a lot of it. They did a really good job of like ramping up. It has again. That one has one of the best jump scares I've ever had in a show, in anything ever. Like and but like it kind of loses. It doesn't finish well in my opinion, but it is creepy, and it slowly doles out the mystery in like little like it keeps you guessing. I thought the second season story was better. I thought it was more contained and it did a really, really good job of telling the ghost story that it wanted to tell you. So see, King Fat just disagreed with me. It's like he said second season lacked more than first season. So I don't know. I disagree.
Suck it, Lance.
Hey, I mean, it was just the 2-sentence horror stories show on Netflix. That's worth watching just for background. Insidious. Somebody has mentioned Insidious. Insidious. That's also like if you go and like I mean it's spoilers, but if you go and look at
No, don't do spoilers.
No. There's lists of like I'm mentioning like the top 10 jump scares ever, and they say Insidious has one of the best jump scares ever, and it's true. I remember I watched that with my wife, and I think I peeled her off the ceiling when that happened. So, I don't know. I mean, what? See, the thing about the scary movies for me is that like the reason why I think Hereditary gets me so good is because that movie was able to like take me to the world that it was in, and I was buying into it. Like I could feel myself getting anxious and ramping up. And most other horror stories, like if I feel it, I can just consciously say, if this is a movie, just relax.
You can't believe a zombie horse can chase a helicopter?
Exactly.
Come on, Lance.
But no. I mean, like no. So you have you're watching a movie, right? And they're trying to like, like they're trying to make you believe that there's some like whatever wrathful entity within this house that is trying to eat people or whatever. Like at some point, like I can flip the switch in my brain that says, okay, this is just a movie. Just let it tell you the story. You don't have to be scared. This isn't real. Whereas like if he
oh, it's real, Lance.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's extremely real.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's just
my problem is the gore, basically. Like I said, the CGI and all the gore stuff. It could just be because of my background, but it's a lot of them there's no plot and it's all effects and gore and cheap scares.
There's a lot of horror movies that aren't like that though.
What was that movie that like it was supposed to be like? I remember like the found footage thing became a thing.
Oh,
Blair Witch thing.
Blair Witch, but then there was the other one about the two people that were like, and like the girl was slowly getting taken over or whatever, and like she was. What was that called?
Yeah. It was like through their security cameras or something.
Yeah, and he had set up all the security cameras.
Para something.
Oh, Paranormal Activity.
That's
what it was called.
Oh yeah.
And I remember
I watched one of them. It's all right.
So yeah, I remember my wife and I went to the very first one of that too, and I remember like that one I wasn't able to like actually get into it because I was just like, yeah, your girlfriend is like pulling out her own hair and she's not eating and she's like literally like talking about killing herself and going insane. Take her to the hospital. It's just like, don't just say, go lay down, I'll make you some soup. Just like, yeah, you deserve to die, buddy. Just like,
wasn't there like 5 or 6 of those?
Oh yeah, they were cheap to make and they made a ton of money. So yeah, I
like The Others, Barry. Have you seen The Others or heard of it?
Okay, I gotta call Alan Brown, loyal
Others.
He says
was it a movie or a show?
Paranormal Activity is the scariest movie I've ever seen as an adult. Oh my heavens! Then if you watch Hereditary, your heart will explode if you watch Hereditary.
I'm trying to remember if I've seen The Others.
The Others, it's like.
Was that Nicole Kidman?
Nicole Kidman.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one. That's got no spoilers.
That's good. Yeah, don't spoil.
Is it an older movie?
Yeah, it's like
I would say
15
it's older.
years old.
Yeah, okay. I did see that with the kid. Or am I thinking another one?
She has a kid, yeah.
Right, okay.
I thought there were 2 kids.
There was
2 kids, yeah.
That one unfortunately came out with something else that kind of overshadowed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind scary movies at all. I think that like the ones that drive me crazy that people just go crazy for and think are amazing are like those Conjuring movies. And I'm just like, mostly because.
Oh, did you ever see The Witch?
Oh, Witch was good.
The Vivitch, VVTCHITC.
Witch was good.
Which is great.
Which was really good.
Maybe.
But no, like
it had the
like
Queen's Gambit lady in it too.
Yep. No,
No,
but
I
like
don't think I did.
the Conjuring, it's like the Conjuring movies. It's like I can't get past the fact that basically the characters in the movie were giant frauds that stole basically bilked people out of hundreds, if not millions of dollars, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars from people with their like paranormal investigations that they underwent and stuff like that. So, yeah, I don't know. What it's just good stuff though. I like movies. Hey, we got enough people now. Hey, Evan. Hey, Chris.
More
Should we put somebody in the box since we got it? I don't think
box.
Forrest.
The box.
I got my questions.
Keith in the box.
Yeah, Keith, you've never been in the box.
Keith's not been in the box.
Keith, you want to go in the
Is
box?
he still there? He's still there.
I'm barely here, about to go to bed.
Well, can we get like 10 more minutes out of you?
Maybe.
All right.
All right, you gotta mute your speakers.
You gotta mute. You can't listen to us talk, and then you're gonna have to wait for us to go like this to have you come back in. I'm gonna ask you 10 trivia questions in a little bit. You can't hear anything. You can't hear the trivia questions early.
Okay.
No cheating.
No cheating. All right, so we're gonna put somebody in the box. This is Forrest Stump, even though Forrest isn't here. This is where I give 10 trivia questions. These can be about anything I want. And then everybody else is going to they can take a stab at how many they think at this point, how many Keith is going to correct. This is for some cool Alaboom bucks that is worth something at some point. Who knows what it is.
I've got 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah, you do. You have 2, as a matter of fact. I don't know, like maybe if there's a BGG con, we'll be able to turn these in for something. Who knows?
I like it.
I don't think I have any.
Wow, that's what I came here for.
Peter Vaughn, are you ready to? We're just about ready to start the Forest Stump. So here we go. Sure. Keith is going to be in the box. So you're going to guess how many you think Keith's going to get correct. All right. So the first question is: if you combine copper and tin, what alloy is made?
He'll get it.
He'll get that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was half expecting Forrest to be here, but no. All right.
What's the answer?
Bronze.
Brass.
Bronze.
Bronze.
Not
Isn't
brass.
I thought brass.
Bronze.
Yeah, bronze.
The bronze. Oh, okay. Well, then I would have gotten it wrong.
All right. Second question. Cynophobia is the fear of what?
How do you spell it?
Trigonometry?
Cynophobia.
I know. C-Y-N-O.
It's C-Y-N.
Cynophobia. Could be cynophobia, but I mean, I think it's pronounced cynophobia. And that is the fear of dogs.
Dogs.
Oh, no idea.
Would have never
Got
thought
that wrong.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get that one.
All right. Question number 3. What is the biggest island in the world?
Did you ask this one before?
What?
Did you ask this one before?
I think so.
I don't believe so.
Greenland?
Greenland.
Yeah,
You asked it before.
All right.
That's what, I mean, Keith's not been on, so.
Well, I mean, okay, we'll leave it in there. I didn't think I did. All right. What are the beginning and ending years of World War One?
One? I think we'll get the
1914 and 1918.
Oh, that's close.
That's a yes. I think that's a yes.
He's a history nut.
Oh, I was thinking 19 actually.
Where do the Simpsons live?
Springfield.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be okay with just the city, or do you want the state too?
There's no state. They have never announced the state.
Springfield.
No.
They've
You know what their
never
address
announced-
is?
1, 2, 3,
3 Evergreen Terrace. But yeah, just need the city. All right, here we go. Question number 6 is: what is the national game of England?
Cricket?
Cricket is correct.
This is it, buddy.
I think that's the possibility that's easy to guess.
Go.
Yeah.
What is the square root? What is the square root of 121?
What the hell's a root?
Square root of 121. That is, of course, 11. 11. What is the name of the monkey in the animated movie Aladdin?
Babu?
Abu. Abu.
Abu.
Wow.
Abibubua.
Joseph Smith was the founder of what religion?
Mormonism.
Yes.
Latter-day Saints. Is it either one?
What? No.
Yeah, which one is it? Is it
It's just
Mormonism?
Mormonism.
Latter-day
Well,
Saints.
I mean, I'll accept Mormonism.
Okay.
Is my
Okay.
answer. So, just so you know. Excuse me for a second.
What number are we on?
This is the
10.
final question.
And
9?
We just did 9.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just did
did we-
number 9.
Okay.
we're on. He's doing 10 now.
Okay, so if you had a big enough tub, what planet would float in water?
Planet Hollywood.
This one's made of helium.
Jupiter.
Venus.
Venus, yeah.
I don't know. I'm guessing.
I'm
Yes,
trying to think.
because it's all gas, right?
Saturn.
Saturn.
Saturn would float in water.
Really?
It is mostly gas.
I don't think we'll get that one. We'll see.
So it's Pluto.
Two.
I guess it's denser. More
I got 6.
I'm guessing 7.
I'm guessing 7.
All right, so let me get the guesses here, so we get you all on. So what do you got for Barry? Barry, what do you got?
6.
All right, Scott,
6.
Matt,
Same.
Christian,
5.
5. Ooh. Evan
Judge,
I'm going 7.
and Peter.
7.
I only got 5, so I can't say.
Chris is doing the Price is Right model.
All right,
Closest
Keith.
to without going over.
We need one more. We can do the Brady Bunch.
I just want to be in it longer.
Here he comes.
To save the day.
All right, Keith, I got 10 trivia questions for you. If you have a guess, please say final answer after your guess, so I know it is the final answer. Otherwise, I will ask you if it's your final answer. Are you ready, sir?
Sure.
All right, question number 1 is, if you combine copper and tin, what alloy is made?
Brass.
Final answer?
Final answer.
And it is
Bronze.
Bronze.
Yeah, that's what I said.
His bronze. It was the other one. Yep.
What's brass?
Copper and zinc.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Question number 2. Cynophobia is the fear of what? Cynophobia is the fear of what?
Swans. Final answer.
Nice.
It is the fear of dogs.
It's actually pretty
It is the
close.
fear of dogs.
I don't see how that even relates. Signed. Yes.
Talk to the scientists. I think canine, like I don't know.
Canine.
Yeah.
Question number 3. Not off to a great start there, Keith, but we got a bunch more going here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the biggest island in the world?
Is it based on land mass or solid mass?
I'll ask again. What is the biggest island in the world?
I'm asking for clarification. Does it count for
The Trivial Pursuit card that I got this question off did not specify, so I'll ask again.
because some of the large islands are made mostly of ice, which if the ice were to melt, they would not be up there in the large. And what do you consider to be an island? Because I could consider the entire Asian, African, European landmass to be one big fucking island.
It's not.
I could email the creators.
I'll go
of
with
Trivial
Australia then. I'll go with Australia based on land. Otherwise, I would go Antarctica if you count ice.
Well, neither of those are correct because the answer is Greenland.
Which is all ice, which is not really land to half of it. So, whatever.
All right, so here we go.
That was my third one.
Question number 4. What are the beginning and ending years of World War I? the beginning and ending years of World War One?
Damn it. I'm going to get it wrong. I'm saying 1915 and 1918, but it's wrong.
Final answer?
Yep, final answer.
And you got the last one right. It is 1914. 1914 was the year. All right, tough sledding to start off.
I'm going for a 0 intentionally.
Well, you and Alex can.
You're gonna have a strong finish.
Here we go.
Because I saw people writing 7 in the chat, so I had to go away from the chat.
All right, here we go. Question number 5. Looking for the city here. Where do the Simpsons live?
Springfield. Final answer.
And yeah, ding, 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 ding. You're on the board. Here we go. Question number 6. What is the national game of England?
I have no idea, so we'll go with cricket for fun. Final answer.
Correct. Cricket is the national game of England. There you go. Good one. So unlike when I've been told there will be no math, there is going to be some math, Keith. So I'm going to need to ask you, what is the square root of 121?
11. Final answer.
All right. Got 3 in a row now. Question number 8. What is the name of the monkey in the animated movie Aladdin?
Apu. Final answer.
I'm sorry, could you say it again, please?
Apu. Abu. Actually, no, it's Abu. Final answer.
Abu. Final answer. All right, here we go.
Make that mumble to save me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell what you said.
Apu is the guy from The Simpsons. Abu is the monkey.
All right, my Simpsons question got you steered that way. All right, here we go. Next question. Joseph Smith was the founder.
The Mormons, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Final answer.
Okay, we will accept. Okay, very good. It's a sweat. This is a sweat. It always ends up being a sweat. All right, here we go.
4 or 5.
Some of these questions were way harder than the others.
He's got 5. He's got 5.
So he needs to miss this one.
Just
for me.
Sheesh.
And me.
He's got 5. So here we go.
No, I said 6. You got to get this one, Keith.
Nope.
Here we go.
Now I'm gonna miss it on purpose.
Question number 10. How well do you know your planets, Keith?
Do we still consider Pluto one for the fact of this question, or is your Trivial Pursuit?
I'm just giving this.
We don't mention Pluto anymore.
Just giving a little gravitas here. If you had a large enough tub, what is the only planet in our solar system that would float in water?
What's the temperature of the water?
98.5.
I'll ask the question again. And just so you know, Pluto is not considered a planet, so you can take Pluto out of consideration.
And this is assuming the gravity of Earth, 9.8.
You have the 8 planets in our solar system, and you need one of them. One of those 8 would float in water.
We're back to 8.
Yeah. Which one is it?
It's an interesting question from the standpoint because you've got Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, and Jupiter, which are all gas giants. Then you've got Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury, which are all, Terra type. They're planets made of land, if you will. But Earth is 70% water. So then you have to decide, does water float in itself or not? Otherwise, then Earth by default is more dense.
Shit, you're making this complicated.
So you're going to say that typically you're going to have to decide that Earth, Venus, Mercury, and Mars would not float, because they're all made of things that are more dense than water. So then you've got to look out to the outer planets and the 4 gas giants. You look at those, if you count the rings of Saturn, do you count the rings of Jupiter as part of this?
I'm asking you about the planet.
Because Jupiter has a ring, and those rings are made out of asteroid, which would be
there is only one
dense and
correct
would not
answer.
float.
And it is there's only one correct
They've
answer.
all
and
got
it is-
rings, but Jupiter's got the least amount of rings.
Oh, Lord.
And my sound's dying. So I'm going to have to go with the gas giant Jupiter, which is a giant ball of gas. It is almost a failed star. So I'm going with Jupiter. Final
answer?
Yeah.
Womp, 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 womp.
So that's the answer.
Wow.
I said 2 and I was wrong.
The answer is Saturn. Saturn actually is
Almost got
almost completely composed of gas. And
See, I disagree with that because Saturn has rings which are made out of solids and they would not float.
Take it up with Parker
and
Brothers.
They, yeah, take
Very
it up
small
with-
stones float, right?
Yeah, no, very small stones typically do not float. Very
I know.
airous stones like pumice will
The
float.
Monty Python.
You can send an angry letter to the fine folks at Trivial Pursuit.
Billionaires at Trivial Pursuit.
Yes, and they can bathe in your tears.
A fully laden swallow.
All right,
I was pulling for you, Keith.
Chris, you were complaining about
I
not
thought-
earning any Alaboom bucks.
I
Well,
thought
there
you would
go.
get the medals.
Saturn's rings are made out of hydrogen.
Oh,
gas.
I should have got the medals, Aldi, and I knew the answer, but I did an investigation into a foreign source of brass in something recently and read a report on it. So brass was in my head. That's why I knew instantly that it was bronze as soon as I missed. And I actually knew what brass was made out of after the fact, but I blew that one. World War One, I just couldn't remember the exact
think you
same
could've-
year.
Now Forrest shows up.
This
I
is,
think we should give Keith the World War One and the bronze. He meant to say the right answer.
Oh, okay.
Man,
No, I
man.
didn't. I just knew. I knew it was one or the other, and I guessed the wrong
He
one.
meant to say
Oh,
the right answer.
And I
Oh,
did
man.
not know the start of World War One. I could
this
not
says
remember that year at
Saturn's
all.
rings are hydrogen and helium.
Huh.
Look at that haircut. Somebody's ready
Saturn's
to be
rings
a-
can't be hydrogen and helium because those are both not visible.
Forrest, is that your
Nice.
running for
Right.
office haircut?
Yeah,
Indeed, my running for office haircut, sir.
literally.
I love how you're on the radar of your opponent.
The rings of Saturn are made up of ice, dust, and rock.
I better be on. She's not actually my opponent. She's just she's a Democrat whose son works for the guy who's running, or something. But yeah, I'm on the radar,
I like it. That's awesome.
and I'm sure
When's the election?
it
Tomorrow.
is in, I believe, next March. And I'm going to be able
Calendar
to turn it up into high gear when my kids go back to school. Like I'm planning on volunteering at an event like 3, 4, 5 times a week and just walking up and saying, "Hey, my name's Forrest Bauer, run for House of Representatives. How can I help? Anything
That's
you
awesome.
need. Pick up trash, go pick up horse shit. I will do whatever you want."
I thought it was city council.
No, I stepped it up because
You're going for the House of Representatives of the United States.
because what I want to do, it's just hard to sell universal basic income. It's hard to sell Medicare for all at a local level.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
you can't.
It's
do
like,
that.
what are you gonna do? And it's like, oh well, if I'm a House of Representatives,
Oh, are you trying to go to like the state of Indiana
Yes.
House of Representatives, or
Yes.
like
the
or
big
like
dog.
Oh no,
No, I'm
Washington
taking down-
D.C.
I'm taking down one of
He
the
wants an.
biggest
He's an
Trump
AOC.
supporters,
He's joining
Trump
AOC.
Banks.
Yeah.
House of Commons.
Or I will lose and I will have a story, whatever. And I might not even get there. Like the guy I'm running against he's clearly the early front runner, but quite honestly, you look at his social media, he's not. He just has the support of the Democratic Party.
Right. Well, that's all it
Is that all?
really takes.
well,
Well,
talk to Bernie about that.
Yeah.
hey, I'm going to do my best. And I told my wife, I said, I'm only going to put you through 2 losses at the most. So if I lose this, I'll run for city council with that newly gained fame. And if not, I'll take 10 years off and I'll have a good story to tell. And I'll focus on Bauer's Game Corner, which, some would argue is a better,
What do you mean? 10
worthwhile
years?
endeavor of my time.
What do you mean 10 years off?
I told my wife, I said, if I lose 2 times in like the next 3 or 4 years, I'm just going to take 10 years off and then I'll come back to it.
Oh, you're not going to run for 10 more years.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't put my wife through it because she's supporting me a lot, but she does not want me to do it. It's just that
Mhm.
she knows how passionate I am about. I mean, there's a reason I devoted my life to working with children. She knows how passionate I am about it, so she's not going to stand in my way. But she's not the biggest fan of it, even though she's.
Yeah.
You
You
wouldn't
have a
vote.
better chance of winning if you would get some conspiracy theories under your belt.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got to go back to Lance. I demand a point.
Uh-oh.
2 points. 2 points.
I demand a
Yeah.
point because Greenland is the world's largest island. That is not a continent at 836,000 square miles, whereas Australia is 2.97 million square miles, making it much larger than Greenland.
I have heard your request, and I say denied.
Deny me a factual thing where I was actually correct.
Welcome to
Because we did not
2021.
specify
You can
22.
you can you
What's the
can
definition of an island?
you can
Australia
go
is
to-
an
you can-
island by definition.
Well, you know what?
What's the
You can
definition of
you
an
can. I've made my decision, and now you can die mad about it.
We did go through this. Forrest, wasn't this a question asked to you when we went through this before?
Yes.
He did have another similar question about islands. I do remember that.
It was the same question.
And did we have the same argument?
No, not as much.
I think he defended himself much better than I did.
Yeah.
I
Fair enough.
probably didn't care then, and I don't care
So-
now. So
So you're running in
I was actually correct.
2022?
Yes.
Is it 2022?
If I'm
2022
lucky, if
primary.
everything works out, I will be running.
You got to win the primary first, right? Because you got
Yes. which is going to be an uphill task because I'm the progressive, and there's already a pre-existing front runner who, oddly enough, I think he works at Yellow. I swear to God, I think he works at Yellow.
Really?
I could have swore I saw it on something or other. I could be completely wrong.
.com.
Did you say, were you running for Indiana House or U.S. Congress?
Oh, I'm going for the big guy.
House.
I'm going for the whole shebang.
The U.S. Congress, where you could actually make a difference. Whereas
I could, yeah.
the Indiana House, you cannot as a non-republican.
Which is exactly what, and that's why, because I was running for like county council, and it's like, even if I won, there's nothing I can do 7-1 because I live in a very red area, like super red. We went Obama though, so anything's possible.
Yeah. Very clean though.
Who's the
that
current
Fort Wayne.
representative?
It is.
Just don't
I
have
know.
any press interviews from
I
the
will
basement.
say it's actually for a bad reason. It's because we invested tens of millions of dollars downtown to drive interest. And that's why we have two of like the worst zip codes, like the bottom 100 zip codes, just because we completely neglected that area. So
Oh no.
yin and yang.
Who's the current
Yeah.
representative?
What was that?
Who's the current?
Jim
Okay.
Banks, who is about as red as it gets. Like he is.
So you're going up against a Republican incumbent,
Yes.
most likely. Yeah.
Yes.
Good luck.
Well, here's the thing. If I actually get to him, I am going to swing. I'm going to swing so damn hard at him. I am going to go dirty and I'm going to go mean because everybody else I've watched all the other, because he's had to do these with other people and everybody's so nice and polite. And I'm like, well, I'm going to lose if I do that. If I get there, I'm going to
You get on
swing.
TV.
I'm swinging. I'm throwing everything at him. I am taking him down with me because his voting records, it's atrocious. He's only voted for like 4 things in like the last year. He's Mitch McConnell. He's a
One of them
no-man.
was against the January 6th investigation, probably.
Yes, one of them was that. 2 of them were defense spending. So
Yeah.
it's not going to be easy to
Oh, he
attack.
did no votes on the other ones.
Yeah, no one. He voted no on every single stimulus check. Every damn one of
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a bad look.
them. But he's in Indiana.
Indiana's a poor state, right? I mean, it's kind of poor.
Well, the problem is our area, Fort Wayne, is the big congestion, and then everything outside of it is just nothing but country.
Rural.
Yeah. And that's
So
why
this guy's only been elected. He first was voted in 2016, so
Mhm.
he's newer. He won his re-election with 64.7% of the vote.
Pretty good.
Yep. It
And
doesn't look
let's
good.
see.
Yeah.
He's got a bachelor's degree from Indiana University. His profession is a director of business development.
But is he going to absolve my student debt? That's what I want to know.
Oh,
The answer is hell no.
not gonna
because
Point
happen.
we're
that out
Republican.
more too. That's one of my big ideas that I love. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Evan. Yeah,
Yeah.
I need to spotlight that more.
I'm a fan.
He,
That's one of
he
the most
won
popular policies.
67.8 to 32.2.
I saw a stat the other day where it said like number of years ago to absolve your student debt, you had to work something like 300 hours. And now it's
What?
4,500 hours.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh,
That sounds
my
more
God.
right.
This was like
working
30 years ago,
full-time job.
300 hours, and
Yeah.
compared to today,
That's
300
insane.
oh, it's ridiculous.
That's less than 10 weeks.
Yeah.
That
What?
sounds great.
Oh
That
my
sounds
God.
great.
What? You could
I'll do
literally
that.
just go from profession to profession to profession until you found what you actually were happy with. And wow, it sounds like a much better life.
Well, okay, so this is, and I don't mean to be the person that brings like reality into the world. How the whole world of higher learning, colleges, the student loan industry. These are like multiple billion-dollar industries.
Yeah.
And while I agree with you, it is absolutely stupid that people have to go to go to colleges, and like we're gonna be paying off my wife's student loan debt for a very long time. It'll be a while. Which is fine. It's just it isn't fine, but but it isn't like we went into it blind, right? We didn't go into it saying, oh, it's like, what, really? We got to pay this back, just like, so the problem is that I don't know how you bust up the stranglehold that all of these student loan companies have over all of these. You literally have to like somehow vote out everybody that has been ever given these millions of dollars to be put into power and get them out of there somehow. So you could, and then somehow replace them with people that have the same thought process. And the thing is,
game plan, Lance. That's pretty
I
much.
think it'll happen.
But
Vote Bauer.
Again, and I'm like, yeah, hey, fine, vote Bauer. And that's the thing is that society gets,
Is that an official endorsement? Can I post that? Lance, Undead Viking endorsed.
Sure, yes.
If that flies,
go for it. Society gets incrementally better over time, right? It's like it is the waves that hit the mountain, and it slowly changes, and it slowly gets better, unless you have some sort of incredibly radical moment like a revolution that like spins things on its ear. And it's just, and that's,
well, we have that. It's the fourth industrial revolution.
Well,
that's coming. It's it's happening right now. Don't argue 20 years from now. It's going to happen, regardless of what length you think it's going to happen. Grocery store workers are going to lose their job. Retail workers are going to lose their job. Drivers eventually are going to lose their job. And that's a humongous chunk of these people who are undereducated. And what are we going to do? Because America's not good at retraining. Like it's like, oh yeah, we'll teach everybody new skills. It's like, we already suck at that.
Well, no, I agree.
That's why everybody wants to move here, because we don't know how to do things.
Really? So I think
we know how to do things better than other places.
I think we in the, like 20 to 40 years from now, we will have a version of universal basic income. It'll exist, right? It'll but it's not like around the corner.
It could be. It could be. All we need is one politician. One politician. Kamala Harris has actually supported it before.
Okay. Here's okay. So what position is this one politician going to have?
Andrew Yang. He had it.
I didn't. I said what elected position is this one politician going to have?
I would say it's probably going to start with some big city, maybe like a New York City or something like that, where some mayor is willing to take the risk, take the gamble, and if it pays off, then they'll probably ride that to the presidency.
Okay,
I think that action might already be currently someone's plan.
So you're the mayor of Indianapolis. Do you have the power to just say, you know what, tomorrow we're going to have universal basic income? I'm making this happen.
Governors.
Well, it's a complicated question. You need to really join. There's a special thing. I think it's called like the League of Cities, where essentially they have these experimental ideas. And if you're willing to do your city, do this experimental idea, they will fund a good chunk of the bills. Either that, or you need to find a city who is going to have a very wealthy benefactor, an Elon Musk, a Jeff Bezos, someone like that, who could literally afford for an entire city to do it. Like
Okay,
either one of those billionaires, if they wanted to, could float an entire city for years to see what would happen.
These are all incredible ideas, and I'm not saying that you can't do them for us, and I'm not saying they're bad ideas. But what I'm saying is, I want you to actually think about the actual, like, talk board game world, the mechanics of making that happen. Does a mayor of a city have the power to decide, hey, you know what, tomorrow I've talked to these rich people, and we're gonna have universal basic income tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't do it through any sort of bills or laws or anything like that, I mean, you're essentially just saying, hey, we're going to mail you a debit card. If you don't want to use it, you don't want to be tracked, cut it up. It's good.
I'll be completely honest. I don't know if they do or not. I do think there's probably some checks and balances like there are that are built into almost all of our elected like locations. Like a mayor can't just walk in and decide this is what the city's doing tomorrow. Like they do have that's why they have like a city commission and things like that. That you know, things are discussed and voted on and decided. We don't have a one single person that makes the decision for everything.
Is it illegal to mail everyone in a city a check?
I don't see why it would be.
I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I don't think so.
Either way, I'm not running completely on UBI. I'm running on education because, I mean, that's my background. UBI is just like an extra selling point. Like, yeah, I'm going to support this, you know. But no, education. I mean, because I can talk education all day. I have a plan to completely reform our educational system over 12 years. Like, I can wax poetic all day about that. So that's what I'm going to lean into. Plus, it fits my backstory, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the other thing that I scratch my head at. Like, nearly every politician runs on some sort of "we need better education" platform. You know, like we need to educate our kids. We need to get our kids like because nobody ever won an election saying "fuck education." Who gives a shit? I want to do this. Yet our schools just keep getting shittier and shittier and shittier.
Mm-hmm.
So all these politicians out there that are saying, I'm going to run on education, well, why aren't they making it better?
Well, I'll give you an example because a lot of them are full of shit. I mean, the guy I'm running against is like, I'm all about education. The fuck he's not. He's voted against every teacher pay raise. Like, they just lie. Like, I swear, it is absolutely insane to me because what I've done is I have really started to follow his Twitter. And he just... It's like, it's not even like clever lies. He just lies about stuff all the time. Like there was something he posted 2 weeks ago about something the CDC said about how you should grill your meat. And I did fact check and I was like, no, this is just, you're wrong. Like they didn't say that. They actually have a whole section on how to grill your meat. And they didn't say what you said. They just lie. And it's just mind boggling because nobody calls them out. Nobody wants to do the fact check. And if you're a fan of the person, you just want to be like, yeah, screw the CDC. You know, it's insane. I mean, but yeah, and I don't have a good answer for you. I have my plan, and I know what I would do. I know what I would push for, and you know that's all I can tell people.
Fair enough.
Have we talked about Destinies yet?
If you want to talk about it, go ahead.
I do want to talk about that. So is anybody here? I know Scott played. I want to talk about Scott gets back because I know Scott actually had really negative thoughts on it the first time, I think.
Oh.
But I got a chance I played that 8 times in the last week with my son.
Wow.
He is obsessed with it. Like he is just so into it. We're on to the expansion. And then tonight we played the 2 versus 2 expansion, which was way better than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was just going to be like a tacked on Kickstarter bonus piece of crap, to be honest, where it's like, oh, cool. The 4-player wasn't good enough, but we'll throw it in a box if you want to buy it. And it added a really fun cooperative experience to the game. And like, I was really surprised because we played it once tonight and then we were going to play Jaws of the Lion because we've been waiting to play Jaws of the Lion for months because my friend Lucy's finishing up college. And then we brought it and then everybody's like, no, let's play Destinies again. And the system, I think the game itself is really great, but I think the next game is going to be where it just absolutely just blows people away. Because I think right now, a lot of people are expecting this game to be a medium weight game because it's like 120 minutes. And it is a stupidly simple family weight game about dice chucking. Super random, super swingy. Well, not super swingy, but a lot of luck-driven rolls. But as a family weight game, or if you just like the idea of a sandbox game where you're just exploring and just interweaved into the theme, I'm loving it. Don't go into it expecting a campaign though, because I will say they promise a campaign in the game because there's one-off campaign one-off story you can play, and then 4 that are connected. They're not connected though. Like it's like, hey, remember that thing that happened 200 years ago? Cool. Like you don't save anything from game to game. I was really underwhelmed by the campaign aspect of it, but still great, fantastic game. Love it. Highly recommend if you have kids that can handle a dark and scary theme.
So it gets a vote Bauer thumbs up.
Absolutely, I will say, but I will say it's pretty freaky. Like the theme is, I don't know why they chose the theme. I think they chose the theme so they could shoehorn into that Joan of Arc because they had a relationship with the company at one point, and then when they lost that relationship, it sucks. It's like, the church and the plague and the darkness and rat vermin. And it's like, So I'm waiting for because I know they're going to do a lot with the Destiny system. I think the next game is going to be the one that absolutely just explodes even more, which this one is. But I think, yeah. Did you get around to playing it again, Scott? Because I know you weren't.
I might play it this weekend.
So what were you not feeling about it?
Well, we played it wrong. I think I told you, right?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. We did not know what our destinies were.
Oh, shoot.
Because they're on the back side of the card, and you don't get to know. And unless you read the manual, like I didn't.
Who needs manuals?
The tutorial of the game actually should have said, read the back of your card down. It doesn't say that.
Wait, the rules on it? Oh, I just watched the Rodney video.
That would be a plus.
I didn't watch Rodney's video, unfortunately.
Sin, Scott. Rod, honestly.
I mean, here's the deal. If you play the Anno or whatever, the Chronicles of Crime, it teaches you how to play the game in the tutorial. This doesn't have that.
Chronicles of Crimes is dead to me now. Like, I loved it, and it's just like, this is what I want. Like,
I want cooperative, though, so I likely will not ever love this game because I don't like competitive.
I will say this then, Scott. You should try the 2 versus 2 expansion. I was just talking about it, and I really enjoyed how it brought a teamwork cooperative aspect to the game as you try and puzzle out and figure out where you're going to go, exchange items. It's called I don't remember what it's called. The Out by Fate. All it does is add 2v2, and we really enjoyed it tonight.
Okay, might play it this weekend.
Yeah, but not knowing your destiny, that definitely
kind of changes. The game keeps telling you talk to people and you'll ask about your destiny and you'll figure it out. It says that.
Yeah,
that's if you're like, okay, well I got to figure it out. Then I didn't.
Oh no!
There's one line in the rule book that says read the back of your card. Now, I mean, obviously I didn't hold the card. I took my card, put it straight on the player mat, and left it there the entire game.
Oh, that!
I didn't fiddle with it or nothing.
I completely understand why you didn't have a great time, man.
Yeah, so I'm not really passing any.
Yeah.
Opinions on it. Yeah, because we would have probably finished an hour earlier.
Not knowing what to do, because normally we'd be like, hey, you need to talk to these kind of people.
Figured out what to do. One of the players figured out this because it said, "Oh, you did this one time. You need to do it one more time." And we're like, "Oh, okay." Without spoiling it. But it was weird because the game kept telling me to go to the ruins, right? And then someone finished whatever was in the ruins, like just cleared it out and went off the board. And I'm like, well, what do I do now? Right? Like, I mean, I should not be talking about the game because I played it wrong, right? Don't play it wrong. That's what's important.
I gave it a 9, but it's one of the weakest 9s I've given it. The game has a lot of flaws. It really does.
Why is there a board at all? Why is it just not an app game? Like the cards are almost meaningless to me.
I don't. Well,
the game could keep track of your inventory. The game could keep track of your inventory in the app, right? It could tell you what you found.
You could.
It's weird. It's like one step away from just an app. Like
it really. But that's part of the beauty of the game is it makes it so easy to play. Like my son, he's now played through half the solo campaign after we played it together because it is such a simple system. But yeah. I can agree with that a lot.
If I'm being critical, the board. Well, I mean, I guess you can rotate the board with the arrow. Like it never matched my view of the board because I was upside down from it. So I was kind of like, where am I supposed to go? And I went to the wrong place. And there's no undo. So
I wish there was. We had a couple times where it's like, well, I guess we just get. There's no way to reverse this.
Yeah, it has some work to do.
Yeah, I
Outside
agree.
of me playing it wrong, the actual like app, right? It also, it's like, why does it need to scan my card? It knows who I am, right?
Well, there's 2 destinies to talk about.
Yes.
So you and depending on which path you go for, you are going to want information. Like, yeah,
Did each barcode pertain to one of those destinies?
yeah. One
I
is
didn't know
the
that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Okay, that makes sense.
maybe they need better rules too. Apparently,
Well, I didn't read the rules. I didn't read the rules.
Oh, okay.
I scanned them.
No, but the game.
Oh, this is an app game. It'll tell us what to do, which most app games do tell you what to do.
That's true.
This one did not.
I will
Yeah.
say this, and
Now
I
you know.
on my chest, you got to know it's a family game because I will say my son
That's not a family game.
absolutely ate up the
We
board.
I killed things in that game that felt bad. That's not a family game.
It's a family game. Well, think about Fortnite. Like, what 10-year-old's not playing Fortnite? I mean,
maybe I did something that you didn't see. I don't want to spoil it, but it was pretty gruesome.
oh yeah, we murdered things, we destroyed. I mean, I think most kids can
You
handle.
don't kill things in Fortnite.
I will
you
say,
You are
my
talking about
That is
Forest
definitely
kids.
a hard PG-13, almost R.
Really,
I believe.
Maybe
I don't.
I'm,
I mean,
out of touch.
I wouldn't. I don't have kids, but I wouldn't let them play.
My 5-year-old was terrified just of the music alone. Barry crushed that.
Yeah.
But,
But what about all the weird werewolf
Background
killing
noise.
people and all that stuff?
yeah, I could talk all day about the problems of the game, but at the end, that system, it's just.
Oh, I
it's
know.
so
I
good.
think it's cool. I just wish the board mattered more.
I can see that.
Like, it doesn't matter at all because you don't mark. Well,
Well, things change.
you don't. Yeah, you
I
put
will say-
tokens on the board that are in the app, and when they go away, you take them off the board. But like, you can see them on the app. So why do I have a board? I mean, like, why is there a board at all?
Otherwise, it's a video game. I mean, that's
I know,
why.
and it should be a
Yes,
video.
I mean,
and I'm
that-
saying it
that's-
could be and should be a video game. Probably better.
I don't know if I'd want to play it though as a video game because I don't feel like this. I don't think it. I
The
don't.
only thing that matter in the game is your inventory and your little pegboard, but that could all be digital. I don't know. You can play it multiplayer. I would actually rather prefer to play it multiplayer sitting at my chair, sitting at my desk.
I don't think I'd play this as a video game.
Okay.
I think there's too many flaws.
Plus, there's a lot of reading.
It is, and I think
And
that's a
there's no
miss
narration.
because there is narration at the very, very, very beginning. The first part of each quest it narrates, and then nothing else. And it's like, why would you like? Why not narrate more? Because yeah,
I'm just playing a devil's advocate to you.
no.
I don't feel like I really have any opinion because I played it incorrectly.
I had a laundry list of cons. There's a lot wrong with the game.
Also, it's 3 players. You know what? We won't be able to play it this weekend. Unless we do the 2v2, right? You're
The
saying.
2v2, we really did enjoy that. But yeah,
You know
I'll be
what?
interested.
Can I say one thing? You know what I think is a great 3-player game? Oath. Oath is such a great 3-player game. I don't have to.
End of the triumvirate.
I'm just saying it for
I heard Mr. Strain has an opinion on that. Is that true?
And I was so disappointed by that. I was.
What? I mean,
was like
I
the
got 2 friends. I got 2 really good friends to come over to my house. We sat down, played a game of Oath. It was absolutely amazing. I mean, Chris, how was your experience?
What happened, Chris? Did you get like edged out on the worker placement stuff or something?
No. I got the box. I opened it up. The gold light showed on. I was happy, ecstatic. Opened up the rules. Don't play this with 2 players. If you do, use a bot, but you don't really use the bot. It's awful with the bot, is what the rules basically say. And that's
actually verbatim. That's a quote. Don't play this with 2 players. It's actually horrible.
It was very blunt.
What's wrong with 2 players? I played it.
No. I learned my games 2-player and then take it to a group. This says don't play the first thing as 2-player, even with the bot, because it's awful, basically. So I can't play it. I threw it on my shelf. I'll never touch it again.
I played it.
Look, time out. I mean, Chris. I mean, I don't want to sound insane
Maybe a
here, but I mean,
convention that ever
you
happened.
never
Someone can teach me, but
you never have people over to your house to play games.
yeah, but I don't learn games when people come over. I learn them before they come over. And
Chris is a good host.
I know.
I don't sit there learning a game with all my friends sitting there looking at
We
me.
got to talk about it.
Boris was out the rule book as
If you go to QsCon, I'll play with you.
Yeah, that's what I said. If I go to a convention and someone can teach me,
Chris, the game is perfectly fine 2-player. I played it this year with my wife. Totally fine.
but now I got to wait months.
Oh, okay.
So huge disappointment, and I feel tricked. It's not a 2-player. If you're
That's leader, right?
You can play solo.
2-player, then it's not.
It's got a solo mode.
Is that Leader Games, right?
I don't really.
Or you're talking about Oath?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. No, that was some horseshit.
What were you talking about?
What are you talking about, Scott?
I was talking about Odin because I thought you said
Odin.
Oh, well, I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, well, I don't know.
I was very shocked because I've heard a lot of people complaining, and Scott's like, "Yeah, that's great." I was like,
Great
what?
game.
Yeah, I heard the word Odin. And clear my ears. All this hair is covering up my ears. Sorry. So is it the game good?
Oath is amazing. I have.
That's I had my copy.
I have another. You haven't gotten yours yet?
Nope.
Well, I mean, they ship out of Minnesota, so I got mine like literally the first day.
Minnesota.
Well, yeah, Minnesota. They use Atlas Games as their warehouse / fulfillment person. So
I love having Alliance here.
Was the two?
Oh yeah, Alliance is there too.
You know why? Because you got to Alliance game day and got to eat giant piles of nachos all day long.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when I get hot games, I'm like, oh damn, I got a day on other people.
Was the
I actually
two-player?
yes, I could do some of this. I don't most of the time, but I could.
What else?
Was the two-player thing known in the Kickstarter time, or was that just sprung on people when it
Well,
came out?
here's the thing. Maybe it was,
Right.
but I was an instant backer
Yeah.
of the company. No longer, obviously. Now I got to research everything. I just won't be an instant backer to anything. I got to research
wise.
everything. Yeah.
That takes up too much time.
Yeah.
Well, so what are we supposed to back this week? I know there's like 50.
Yeah, aren't there a bunch? There's the robots one.
Can we talk about the Isle of Cats Kickstarter? Because
I didn't
what they
understand
did,
Peter's got something to say about that.
what they did is just
I know.
totally different, and I don't think they nailed
Chicken.
the landing. But I think it could be spectacular in the future. They just format it like a rule booklet.
I couldn't understand.
I will say this about Isle of Cats, which is that Frank gets up there with a video where he basically puts himself over a simple background, and I was like, there's a campaign that has the money with like you could do anything for that video, because I could not believe he just
Do they?
I
got
liked
up
it.
and
I
said,
thought it was
"Here's the-"
refreshing.
What was that? Did you? I didn't watch your review yet.
It was crystal clear, which is what I liked. I don't feel like he sold Isle of Cats enough, but I feel like he's in a position where he doesn't have to. Like
That's what I mean. He could do nothing. He doesn't have to do anything, and he'd get the same money. So
I just thought it was fascinating how he laid it out, like in the FAQ, using it as a table of contents and then numbering every single thing. I thought it was piss poor order he put it in, but man, it was.
I do. I just watched the video, so I didn't see the page yet, right? And in the video he says, "Well, if you go to section 21," I'm like, "There's 21 sections on this Kickstarter." What?
Yeah, as a drive-by Kickstarter, like I put in as little time as possible.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand any of it from just looking at the.
Yeah, the organization was not good. It was not, but the idea itself, I think, is it could be great. Like if someone formatted that really, really well.
Sure, if you had anchor links on Kickstarter, you could do a table of contents up at the top, but you know,
no page anchor links.
Yeah, I love it. I just love when I see somebody doing something different.
Yeah, no, that's refreshing. I'm gonna have to go watch your take on it.
Those are fun. I've been enjoying those, Forrest.
Yeah, I actually had somebody reach out to me, dumbass Dustin, give him a shout out. That's his name on YouTube, and he was like, "Hey man, I can probably edit some of these for you." And I've thought about it, but I talk so much, I don't even know where he's gonna cut it or what he's gonna do. But I was like, "Yeah, whatever you want to do." And he was like, "Yeah, I'll throw that in a Google Drive." And so it was really cool. It was like somebody reached out and offered to help, and it was neat.
That's awesome.
I'm noticing that I'm getting exactly what I was hoping to get, which I'm gaining a lot of fans outside of the board game sector who are now starting to check out the board game stuff.
That's really cool.
Which was the whole plan in the beginning, to diversify, and it's working. So it's really cool to see.
Cool.
Bring them.
Widen the hobby.
Those are really fun.
Robot Quest.
Peter, you had a grievance.
Yeah. So
private one.
I know it's fine. I'll say it. Because Isle of Cats launched at the same time as another Kickstarter. The original one launched at the same time as Dwellings of Eldervale. I know that because I looked at the cats and I remember people telling me on the Dwellings Kickstarter, well, Isle of Cats has silkscreen. You need to get silkscreen meeples. I remember how clear that was, that campaign was crushing it. And the people would come over and say, like, well, if I could get a silkscreen cat, how come I can't get a silkscreen dragon? So
aside from that, the games are exactly the same, right?
I mean, it's the same thing. So we actually did eventually silkscreen the dragons, but here we are, and it's 2021, and Isle of Cats launches on Kickstarter and does fantastic, the new one, right? So I thought to myself, wouldn't it be great if Dwellings of Eldervale actually put out its expansion and launched right now? Because we could also see an amazing second Kickstarter. But sadly, that did not happen.
Yeah.
That's my grievance, is that the Dwellings is it was never meant for retail. It was meant for Kickstarter, and it should come back and kick butt. That's what it should do.
Yeah, it would probably
Are you guys not doing that? Because that's second edition. That's going to be money. That's $1 million maker there. If not, that's where people
exactly what I'm saying. It's $1 million Kickstarter.
Who are you? Who the hell is not listening to you? This is so obvious.
Breaking Games is not listening to me.
You could shit in a box as the expansion to make $1 million. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. That's my grievance. What the hell?
Can we get Sherry on here? I mean,
we need to get Sherry on here. Well,
I've got a box.
I did.
Well,
This is something I've never said on the Alaboom. I've never said it publicly, but I did make them an offer. I made them a very good offer to take the ball and run it. They politely declined that offer after a while of thinking it over. But they said, hey, we want to do what we want to do. So I was like, hey, all right, you guys do what you want to do, but don't screw it up. But here we are. In the middle of 2020, I think they're screwing it up.
I agree with you completely. I say it all the time. That second edition with the expansion of a game in the top 1,000, your money.
Look at Gloomhaven.
Yeah.
Right. First version was not that big.
I mean, I'll say this too. Have they even asked Luke about an expansion? No. They're in his head.
I always get the impression that Breaking Games is more about that target crowd.
Yeah, that's why I was surprised they actually passed on my offer, because I was saying, listen, this isn't your thing. I could take it, run it, and make you a bunch of money. Like it's just a no-brainer. Plus, I'll save all of your employees all that effort of working on, they could go work on the things that they know, that they, that they're pros at, right?
Go get the Exploding Kittens guys to do some more things. Let Peter handle this.
I'll take $1 million. I just started a game company right now. I'll take $1 million. I'll publish that game.
Well,
I will
probably have there'll be a later announcement about.
I'll say this, not because I just did a review of it, or Mosaic really is good. It from Forbidden, like you can watch my video, but like seriously, like you can teach that game in 10 minutes.
Oh, that one looks fun.
How long is the actual gameplay, Lynch?
Depends on the number of players, but you can get it wrapped up in an hour and a half. It's like Age of Discovery type of stuff. And if it's like and it plays really well with two. That's like the cool thing about it. You can play a Civ game with two people.
Does it really feel civvy?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
How
Civ games don't
How
feel
civvy is civvy? Are we talking 8, 10
well,
hours?
okay, so I mean, take
4
I mean,
hours.
it doesn't have a technology tree. So like it's color coding, right? So it's like, I really want to get sailing. And it doesn't like, do you have compasses? You can't get sailing without compasses. But no, what it is like, to get sailing, you need, in somewhere in your tableau, you have to be able to count up like certain colors of these different, like basically there's symbols that have colors to them. They're both the symbol and a color. And so if it says, you need a purple and 2 yellows, you look, do I have a purple and 2 yellows? Yes. Okay. Then I can spend 5 ideas, which is a resource. Ideas is a resource. Stone is a resource, and money is a resource, and food is a resource. But like you spend 5 ideas, and then you get to just take the card and add it to your tableau, and then those things will then add more colors to your tableau, which will unlock later things down the line. And some of the cards have special powers and things like that. So it doesn't have like a classic technology tree. So I can see like a couple of people maybe like, oh, that doesn't really feel like technology. There's no real combat per se. You just you either use cities or your armies to gain control over the different areas of the world. And you could like literally have no cities in an area, and you could just pump it full of armies if you wanted to. I mean, it's a little tougher to do because you have to build your armies in a place that has a city, and then you have to move your armies there. But like you could, just get a bunch of armies in an area, and then you take it. But you can't go and like blow up somebody's town. Once somebody builds a town and puts it there, you can't go in there and trash it. There are some like military technologies. If you take them, they'll allow you to kill other people's armies, but that's the most combat you do. And it isn't like when you get the combat isn't like, oh my gosh, it's like now I don't have access to this. No, you just lost some of your majority in that area. And it isn't like debilitating, I guess. Making your armies is relatively easy to do.
Do they steal your ideas?
Nope, you can't steal anybody's ideas.
So there's no tech, there's no combat.
Well, no, there's tech because tech will do other things. So the big thing is that you want to build cities, right? And you want to build cities because cities allow you to gain majorities in areas that allow you to get points. Because like they're basically you play until you turn over these 3 empire scoring cards, and these empire scoring cards are put randomly in the decks, and so you never know when they're going to pop up. So when they pop up, though, you score. So you want to build cities and you want to build monuments. And because like in the monuments, like the wonders basically. And so to build cities, you need to get food. And because whenever you put a city down, you lose food. So you build up your food, then you build the city and move it back down. You need stone to build cities as well, and also to build the wonders. So I mean, and the cool thing is that you can take money, and money is like super good, and you can get tons of money by like taxing and tariffs. But whenever you tax and tariff, you get unrest. And when you get unrest, you get negative victory points if you don't somehow take care of that unrest, usually through technologies. Like I got religion, so I have less unrest now, or and so on and so forth. So that stuff feels like Sid Meier-y, I guess, right? I mean, it's like everything kind of clicks together and works together, and you just kind of have to balance everything together and do as best as you can.
I did a video on it, and it looked very civilized, like the actual Civilization game. Like there was like, oh, that looks like that, and that, and that, and that.
Yeah,
straight from the game, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, but it was interesting.
No, it's my favorite Civilization game is Nations. I love, especially with the expansion. I mean, I really, really, really like Nations. It's still.
What do you like about it?
What?
It's Nations.
What do you really like about it?
Nations basically takes the gameplay of Through the Ages, which I really like, and makes it less abstracty, I guess is a good way to put it.
I agree.
I mean, and so I feel like I'm actually doing with Through the Ages is probably my second favorite Civilization.
Yeah.
But Nations is really good.
By the way.
No, and then like in the way the military works in Nations is really cool. Like basically, if you can you have to have a certain level of military, or else other people will be able to like take military actions against you. It doesn't like hurt you per se. They aren't coming in and destroying you, but like basically that's you're allowing. If you don't keep your military like at a certain point, other people's military will, if it keeps climbing higher than anybody else, they can really start getting lots of points that way. And just everything just kind of works together. There's all these you layer like different levels, and like Nations just makes you feel like you're growing the entire time, which I really like. It feels like you're playing a Civilization game, but it also takes a long time. It's kind of a bear to teach. And Mosaic, like the one thing I try not to like say these are the things I don't like about it. I didn't want to say this. The one thing I don't like is that I like I'm weird. I like my Civilization game to go from like Dawn of Man to like just maybe into the late 1800s. That's like what I enjoy.
Yeah.
Like from that
Yeah,
point
this
to
is
that
why
point.
I could not make one, because I would play Civ and I would grind and do the whole thing, and then we get to like tanks, I'd be like, I want to start over because it's more fun at the like cradle of civilization.
That's why like I usually, when I play my Civ games, like my Civ 6 and stuff like that, like once I get to like the 1800s, I stop playing usually. If I haven't won the game, I'm like, I just kind of like, oh, this isn't really all that fun. Like everybody's like flying around and B-17s.
It's not like a yada yada yada. Like we got to space shuttles.
Think of a New Dawn.
So
a New Dawn.
Anno 1800 is Anno 1800 out yet?
I don't know, but I really want to play that one.
It's really good. Like that might be the game for you, Peter.
I have a question for you guys. So I have a possible contract meeting in about an hour and a half to do somewhat of a Civ game. I want to know if you had to pick one thing that you wish was in a Sim game that isn't, what is it?
Civ or Sim?
Civ.
Civ. Okay.
The one thing I mean, like I think I've already said it. I want to feel like my empire is building. You know, I want to be able to like actually like have notable moments in like the like. I want to be able to like, when I think of the game and I look back on the game, I can say, oh, like remember when I was like building a granary and hoping for irrigation, and like here I am at the end of the game and I'm like, working on the atom bomb or something. You know what I mean? It's just like you can actually like feel the flow, but it's so tough to do that in a game that like you're not going to want to play for 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
I want to feel my culture. I want my culture to end up being different than someone else's. Like I want my culture to have spices and stuff, and the clothing and stuff after a while to look completely different than some other regions.
Yeah,
I've never seen that.
I would like to see outside events, like an earthquake or something like that. You know,
I like
done before, but I like monuments.
Yeah,
monuments.
That changed the game.
I like when there's something that I have special that no one else has, that it's like, yeah, this is mine, and I feel different.
Yeah.
Got this. What is it? Is that Great Wonders? I love the Great Wonders in that, because it's just like this is mine,
Monuments,
and now I get the perk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like was thinking that with cultures, like there'd be almost like a tech tree for cultures, and only one person can achieve this certain look or this certain foods or something like that, you know.
I would like to see Canadians more prolific in Civ games.
The biggest thing with the Civ game, though, and I say this as a person who likes mean games, and I want to talk about mean games here in just a little bit, but the biggest thing about a Civ game is that you're never going to get people to want to play your Civ game much. I mean, unless you're a hardcore, is if like you have the ability to do feel bad to somebody,
right?
Because if you are taking the time to build something up and create something, if somebody steps in and is like, oh that Sphinx looks really cool, you spent the last 3 turns building, well, I'm just gonna smash that into dust now. So and you're gonna be like, well, I'm glad I mean,
the only reason
this.
why, if you look at Rise of Tribes, which is very, very condensed Civ, right? We used to have an attack action as an action, and it's always a zero-sum situation. It's just always bad. So now it's a race, and you try and pass those situations as little, try and get through it as without doing that. Because if you do that, then you're just gonna get the third player wins, right?
It always causes that unbalanced issue where two people fight and someone else just soars past.
That's kind of why I wanted like an outside interference to kind of negate that.
Oh, that was that. You just reminded me of that. It was a Martin Wallace game that, like, if you played it with 3 players, it was functionally horrible, because it was a deck building game where, like, it was civvy, God, what was the name of that game?
Martin
And
Wallace. I'm intrigued. now.
No, and it was like, but if you play with 3 players, basically, if you and another person fought, you beat the piss out of each other.
Yeah.
And the
Rocket
third person
Man?
just was like,
Is it Rocket Man you're talking about?
no, it's not Rocket Man. It's like,
Well,
it's
there's a deck building game by Martin Wallace, so I think it's that out of stretch.
it was
History of the Ancient World or something like that.
No, god damn
Part
it.
1.
As a 4-player game, the game worked
History of
pretty
the
well.
World is a good civ game, by the way.
I've never played that one.
As a 4-player game, it worked pretty well, but a 3-player, it just sucked because it was like the 2 people that did bashed on each other, just basically let the 3rd player just, oh look, I'm going to grab all these victory points.
Look,
Thanks, everybody.
dragons,
It
field
reminds me
glory,
of
a
the
handful of
latest-
stars, Milito, Mythopia, Rocket.
This
Man.
was his game that after he decided to, like, this is after a few acres of snow. This was like his response
Yeah,
to
I'm trying
that,
to
to like, I'm gonna make a
Mythotopia.
4-player game of a few acres of snow.
Mythotopia.
Mythotopia, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I liked Few Acres of Snow, by the way.
It didn't make any sense to attack people in the game.
Mythotopia, rank 1766, so most people didn't play it 3 players.
I think a few acres of snow got the shaft. Just because
It's a war
that
game.
one rule. No, it's
And
It
what
looks
is that
like
one
a war
broken?
that one
strategy,
rule
right?
was publicized that most people would have never found. I'm sorry, not rule, but the thing that broke it.
The Halifax Hammer,
Yeah.
baby.
No, many people would never have found that on their own. So some guy who spreads that out there, and then it just killed the game. It's like,
Yeah, it was a good game though.
yeah,
I like the idea of Mythotopia.
Yeah.
yeah, I did
It
too,
takes some
Scott. I
interpersonal-
remember being a little.
When you got into a
disappointed with that one.
combat, it was like, ooh, this is not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about mean games the other day. And I was thinking about the number of mean games that I have in my collection.
Mean games?
Like mean games.
Like
player
player to player interaction.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
my
Like
friends were over the other night and we played Santiago, which is one of my absolute favorite mean games. If you don't know the game Santiago,
Where you're it's about canal building
yes.
for
And-
farming.
Yeah,
Farm-
and
for
you can
farming?
just absolutely screw
Oh yeah, you
people.
can
They're
shaft
like,
them.
well,
You move,
I
just move
really
their water.
need water. I need water. Will you please do it? Yeah. What are you going to give me for the water? What are you going to give me? And then you can just
I drink your milkshake.
yeah. No, Santiago is and then like and the Estates, another game, well, I mean, it was well, most people know it as the Estates, but I own the original. Why can't
No idea.
God,
Can't help you.
yes, you can. You know this game where
You
you
want
where
to brag
you,
about
I
it,
mean,
but
I
you
can look
can't
at it.
remember what you're bragging about.
Oh, no.
And the
I'm the
original version was so
stoner.
much cooler. It had a different name.
Neu Heimat.
Never played it.
That game.
You never played Neu Heimat?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looked good to me.
What? You don't like being mean?
Well, I didn't. Now that I know it's mean, I'm definitely not gonna play it.
I don't think you were really into that, are you, Scott?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I don't
like
think
Rado.
a lot of people are. I mean, I'm not that bad, but yeah.
Well, which is why I didn't really love Dune Imperium, because there's some nasty ass cards in that game.
Is there?
True.
That one doesn't bother me as much, but I also don't like having things taken from me that I've worked hard on, but I don't mind doing something.
Secret card.
Yeah,
Oh,
I get
yeah,
what
there's
you're
nothing
saying.
You
worse
can
than
spend
like,
a ton
oh,
of stuff, and I've made my point clear on that.
there's absolutely nothing worse than like, oh, I've just been holding this card for this exact moment to like
Twist the dagger in your back.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it was like one of those things where Campaign Trail, we had to. There was a card in Campaign Trail that I believe now is just not part of the game, which it was
Is that
one
the
of
one
those
Chris
things-
complained about?
Yeah. Which was just like, okay, it's like oh hey, Forbidden Games is here to talk. We were just talking about Mosaic. I hope they were here when we were talking about it just a little bit ago. If it's Glenn or Simon or anybody
Glenn.
from Forbidden Games, if they want to, Glenn, well then Glenn, don't you have access to this? I think he's part in the group in Facebook.
I don't know. A lot of new faces in the group.
You know Glenn Drover.
Probably.
Here, I'm gonna email. I have Glenn's email. I'm gonna email him. He can come in and talk about his game.
You do that.
No. What was
But
I
I
talking
get you,
about?
Scott. I'd rather
What game
be
was I-
like chipped at rather than just one annihilation. You know, I get what you mean.
I mean, I like the passive aggressiveness of Euros.
Yeah.
We're just gonna take what you want.
Glenn, I emailed you the
Yeah.
invite.
Mm-hmm.
I could be abused though, Scott. I mean, I remember the first time I was playing Agricola with a buddy of mine, and he was like, "I'm gonna just take this wood. I know you need it. I know that I don't need it,
Yeah.
but I'm just gonna do
Yeah.
it."
But that's
Oh,
fine
it's
though.
fine,
That can sometimes be a better move
Yeah, if
than
you waste a
taking a thing, right? I mean, it's like, oh, I could take this and maybe it's worth a victory point, but if I can prevent you from getting wood so you can't complete your house, which would give you like 16 points, then absolutely I'm going to do that.
Yeah,
I got agree.
But no, the campaign trail had a thing where it was like in the last turn of the game, like your last turn, like everybody knows it's your last turn before you go to like the final debate or whatever. Like you want to move from one spot to another or whatever to like, go campaign one last time in California, to put yourself over the top or something like that. And there was just this one card that would, like, if you played a card to do that, it was like, oh, I've been holding onto this card for the entire game until this very moment. I'm going to play it right now and I'm going to cancel. You can't do that. And it was just kind of like, oh, well, I'm glad you held onto that card for an hour.
Yeah.
Just so you could like basically just
any cards that cancel other players' cards is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those are
usually
like
that's a
magic
good
bullets,
roll. Yeah.
right? That
Yeah.
like, never is good design.
And the thing is that I think it's a fine if you're playing a game like Munchkin, where it's like, okay, I'm just
Sure.
we're just taking times whacking each other
Yeah.
in the knee with sticks until somebody finally you miss. But yeah, no, it's
I feel like people have not played Dune Imperium the way I played it.
well, like
I haven't
an
played it.
adult.
No one sees any problems with it. I mean, it's not a problem, but if you haven't played it with where you're all taking tons of those treachery cards, then you probably haven't played it.
How many players
haven't
have you played?
There are some cards in there that can like twist the knife right into all of your plans and stuff.
100%.
Yeah,
And wreck your whole game, basically. I mean,
well,
if you're
I
planning
feel-
to win that 2-point thing, and I really put a shit ton of resources into it, and you play that one card and fuck me over.
I feel like
Can I
there's
do it?
enough stuff to divert. Like you go, oh, that messed me up. Okay, I'll go over here.
Yeah. I mean, there are some cards that are a little unbalanced, and the combat system ended up not feeling good to me for
He's in the
some
back.
of those.
That's just-
For some of those reasons,
Have you
where,
read all
like,
the cards? You going through all of them?
I've read most of the books.
All right, fair enough. I'll stop harping on.
No. I mean, I agree that those vary quite a bit. But one of the things is I don't focus on combat that much.
Yeah.
And
How do you get points?
combat is where it really gets bad.
Yeah.
Scott, how many? What was the player count?
3.
3.
It's a
What
hard
about the
thing
rest of you
to
guys?
control, right? Because remember when Lords of Waterdeep came out, and there were those cards that would screw people over.
Yes, they would stop you from gaining any points.
And
Oh,
if
yeah.
If you play those on the same person, if everybody at the table kind of did that,
Puts them on one person. That person will not win.
They're done.
Yeah, I almost house ruled, and I hate house rules, but I almost house ruled that you can't have those or play those in the last round.
Yeah.
Because if you play that on someone in the last round, their game's over. They
Right.
might as well stop.
Because you know better than the designer.
Yeah, you know much
That's
better
why
than
I
the
said I
designer.
almost did. I hate house.
All right, hey,
What have you-
Glenn's here, everybody, and just so you know, Glenn does not using his. He's in a hot bath after a long bike ride, so he said nobody wants to see what he looks like right now. So, hey, Glenn, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, Mosaic, man, you gotta be happy with the response so far.
Yeah, it's been great.
Real enthused.
Real
Way to sell it. You are on the Alice show.
It is a game.
Sipping on Barry's cough medicine over there. Oh yeah, it's been great.
Yeah,
I'm so
Fabulous.
impressed with my
It's
friend.
madcap.
He's just doing an amazing job.
So I'm gonna put on the old interviewer shoes then. So I mean, where is this on your list of like? Because I remember I asked you once, and I was like, "What do you think you're known for?" And you said, "Well, Age of Empires 3 or like Age of Discovery, like that's your like the one people know you for." And I kind of like the fact that you kind of started to scratch back into maybe your designer roots a little bit. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the other games that Forbidden's done. I mean, because Raccoon Tycoon is amazing, and I mean, Lizard Wizard's great. Things like that. I mean, they're all super cool and fun. But I mean, this seems to be going kind of back to your roots a little bit.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a history nerd. I love, hardcore strategy games. So Mosaic's much more in my wheelhouse as a gamer, as a player, than like Raccoon is.
So I mean, is this a design that you had like rolling around in your brain for a while, and you just finally like put it together, or is this something that like you put together relatively quickly?
No, it's been something I've wanted to do for a few years, actually. And the original idea was to do another worker placement game, but more robust than Age, and have a Civ theme. And that was the first version of this, and it sucked.
Well, I'll remind one of my favorite stories is when I was at Glenn's house, and I asked him about like the Sid Meier's Pirates game, and he said, I have that somewhere upstairs in my office. I was like, we should play it. No, we shouldn't, because it's horrible.
Yeah, there's a reason we never published that.
Oh man.
So Glenn, who decides this sucks? Is that you or your team?
Yeah, I mean, mostly me, but yeah, I definitely hear about it from the guys. If the game's not working, mostly they just mock me and laugh at me.
Okay. Usual guy stuff. All right.
So, yeah, it's good to get honest feedback, and these guys pull no punches.
Well, that's good. I haven't looked at it. Look at the project like today.
Can I ask a question? Is that someone's cat going in the background, or do I have a cat somewhere in my garage? I don't know.
It's somewhere in your garage.
That is my daughter's cat. And
just clarifying.
It's in your garage, Forrest. I checked the air ducts.
So 4,600 backers and 560 grand. Yeah, you gotta be
amazing.
You gotta be pleased with this one.
Yeah, I wasn't being, ironic. I'm pretty psyched, and I think we got a shot to get up close to 1 million by the end of the campaign, because we've got like almost 20,000 people who are wanting to be notified in the last 48 hours.
Wow.
Which is nuts.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Well, good for you, man.
For you
awesome.
and
your crew.
For you. Yeah,
That's definitely one too, where when I was reading the number of plastic mini, I was like, what was that number? That's
it's monstrous. And
yeah.
It's one of these miniature games where finally the minis matter, and they make the game better.
Oh, it's cool.
It's not just throwaways, it's not just toys to sell the game. They really make the thing work like a Civ game.
Oh, that's awesome.
Is that why you think this is so successful? That aspect of it?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's the confluence of a really strong strategy game with a Civ license, which people love, gamers love, with the toys. It's right. Checking all those boxes.
The other thing I really like, I mean, I don't know where you came up with the name Mosaic, but I did like how the board looks like a mosaic, like mosaic tiles, like the entire thing. I mean, where does the name Mosaic come from? Just it was a cool name, or what was the process behind it?
It's one of those things where you're trying to come up with an original-ish title. Nothing's really original, but you want something memorable, something that kind of fits. And I loved when the idea of tapestry really says something about assembling a civilization, the component parts, and making it into a story. And I'm like, yeah, that really was clever, and it really speaks on multiple levels. And I didn't want to copy it, but it's clever, and it really is something when you're talking about this subject matter that kind of makes sense and gives you some insight into when you're kind of playing the game and you're following different strategies and pulling these different components that make a civilization hang together and successful. It's like a mosaic, and mosaics were ancient, and it just kind of made even more sense than a tapestry, which feels more, Middle Ages. So I tested it on our group, and they all hated it. They thought it was terrible, and they were like, you can't call the game that. And I kind of stuck to my guns and said, well, we'll put a subtitle on it so people know it's a Civ game. And eventually I sold it to them, and I think it works. And if the game is good, it'll be memorable. If the game's not successful, people will forget it tomorrow.
Do you point to the money in the backer total and then give them the finger?
Yeah, I mean, but they would say, well, maybe it would have been $1 million if you'd done it right.
Oh, there's that.
Good point.
Everybody just keep. So so did I was talking, weren't in when I was talking about how like it has military, but the military isn't like, move the dudes on the map and go and destroy each other's towns or stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't have that. Was there an earlier type of idea that you had that was like where military was more of a force before it just became another way for you to establish your majority in a certain area?
Yeah, absolutely. It was actually the very first prototype from like 2 to 3 years ago, and we played it at my house. And literally, I've never laughed as hard as I was laughing at how ridiculous and broken that game was.
Like, just because like people were like putting a lot of money into their military and everybody was just beating the piss out of each other, or what?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it devolved quickly into, as soon as I have the slight lead in technology, I'm going to just build military units and stomp the shit out of everyone around me.
Yeah. And so that didn't turn out well, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, no, not a fun game, as it turns out.
Well, fun for one person.
For one person, yeah. Very much a 1970s style Avalon Hill Titan-esque romp.
Titan.
I definitely think that aspect right there is part of the confluence of things. I think I've seen people chatting and going, I really like that that's not what this is, right?
Right.
Yeah,
and we have obviously historical gamers and strategy gamers that lean toward more conflict, and so I created some optional rules like a week and a half ago, kind of spurred on by that request, and they don't violate the way the game works, and they just make it, if you're using them, they're optional rules. They just make it so you have a strong incentive to spend more time focusing on military, and it has more impact. And each nation's military has an asymmetrical power, and it's really interesting. We play tested it once, and it really doesn't ruin the game.
Nice.
That's always a pro.
That's always a pro. It doesn't ruin the game.
Kickstarter backers.
Another thing I liked is how so I didn't explain this when I was training the group. So at the beginning of the game, there's hexes, and you have these tiles that basically go face down that are trade good tiles, and you place them on every single one of the hexes. And it's just it seems like it's a lot of time, but if you got a couple people at the table, it's pretty quick to just dole them out. And there's also these spots that are like treasure tiles, and you divvy those out face down as well. And then you flip them all over. And one of the cool things is that the trade tiles, they're basically trade goods, and the trade goods, like some of them are blank, and so you just remove them completely. And so when you get done with everything, it is a really good mechanism of how to, like, when you're playing, and this is something also that makes you feel like you're playing a Sid Meier Civ game, is that like how you start off with a brand new world, and the game populates the world with trade goods in that game, in like a Sid Meier Civ game, like, but kind of randomly, but it disperses them well, right? And you might have like a spot where there's 2 or 3 right next to each other, and you might have a spot where there's nothing and stuff like that. And so it's a really cool like disbursement mechanism that's relatively simple. And the cool thing is too, even if you are playing with lesser, like a 2-player game, and so you don't use Espania and Gaul, you still populate Espania and Gaul with the tokens. You just remove all of them, and then you basically say you can't go here. And so that actually, like, it makes it, I don't know, I really liked how that worked, and how the trade goods get out there on the board, and like you don't actually move people onto it. You actually have to like build cities or farming towns or whatever on these spots where the trade goods are, where the treasures are, to get them. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, it was just like, how did you come up with that? I guess, and I'm not trying to kiss your ass or anything like that, but I mean, it's just like, I hate softball questions like that. But I mean, it seemed like just the perfect way to replicate when you start a new random world in a Civ game, like
replayability is obviously a huge, objective in a game like this. You don't want to have a game you've worked on for 2 years that people play twice and have solved. And the whole game is really a race for like 10 different things. You're racing for technologies, you're racing for the cities, the special cities that are the projects that you're building, you're racing for wonders, you're racing for golden ages, et cetera, et cetera. And trade goods and regional influence is another thing you're racing for. And they're all decisions that have a cost. Like population can be increased so you have more production, or you can spend it to send people off to found new cities, but you can't do both. And so the game is constantly presenting you with, tension that you're just like, holy crap, I need to do this before the other guy does it, or I need to do this, this, and this to execute my plan. And it makes it a really interesting game without a lot of challenging rules. I mean, the dispersal of trade goods is, kind of a computer game idea where you're just kind of populating the world with randomly located trade goods. And I didn't have to worry too much about balancing that, because it's okay if some regions are more valuable than others. It's actually a good thing, because then there's more competition for that. And it's another race element. I'm racing to dominate a region that has lots of stuff in it.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I kept on feeling like I said, it was scratching that itch. Anyway, I mean, somebody else have a question for Glenn about Mosaic or game design? I can keep talking forever about this game. So I love the fact that it's just one turn, right? It's one action a turn. What are you doing?
Does it play with 2 players?
It plays awesome with 2 players.
That's a great question. We didn't know and didn't care, because we figured it would be a game that would, be a sweet spot of 4 or 5 players. But in fact, weirdly, it just works really, really well. We had to make a couple of small adjustments to keep the tension. So as Lance mentioned, we eliminated 2 of the 7 regions, and then we lift the Empire scoring cards a little higher in the deck, so you don't have to play really long in a 2-player game. It's still, it's timed to end at about 2 hours. And it works shockingly well, except it's just much more zero sum. You can't afford to play soft the way you could in a 4 or 5 player game and kind of go off and do your own thing. You have to be right in the guy's face with a knife in his gut the whole time.
Yeah, there's Christian had an issue with a recent game that he thought he could play 2 players, and then when he opened up the rules, it said you can play 2 players, but this game kind of sucks with 2 players, so we wouldn't suggest it.
I mean, some people may like this game more with 2 players because it's so like really in your face competition.
Yeah, I mean, like, and I was saying, one of the, like I said, the cool thing about it is that there's like, what is it, 9 different actions or whatever you can do in your turn, but you get to do 1, and so there isn't like a big cascading bunch of actions that the other players have to sit and wait through, right? It's just like, you just say, okay, well, this turn I am going to, work, and that means I'm going to collect food this turn. Okay, what are you doing? And it's like, oh, well, I'm going to build this town. Okay, it's my turn again. I am going to take that food I just built. I'm going to build a town, this turn. And so it just, nobody has a turn where it's like, well, I'm going to move here, and then that allows me to activate this card. And so this card gives me this, but then it allows me also to process this chain that I put together over here. And then like 7 minutes later, the other person's like, okay, is it my turn? Cool. I'm going to take 2 food. Now back to you, and so I like the fact that like everybody's turns were quick and snappy, and but it still allowed for planning, and it still allowed for people to like, this is my goal that I want to get in 2 turns. How am I going to get that? And it was cool.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, even in a 5 or 6 player game, which we usually play, it's your turn really quickly.
Yep. I mean, it's just, it's fantastic. I mean, I really like Raccoon Tycoon, but I mean, this might be the best Forbidden Games game.
It definitely is.
Yeah, I mean, I really
for gamers.
I've had so many sessions of Raccoon Tycoon that are just so much fun that it's tough to like, not put that up high up there. But anyway,
I mean, Raccoon is awesome but it's really a gateway game. It's really aimed at people who are relatively new or don't like really cutthroat hardcore strategy games. And Mosaic is really aimed more at gamers, even though it's not unnecessarily complex.
Well, and Raccoon Tycoon, of course, has that one broken card that everybody hates, or whatever, or that tile that everybody hates. But anyway, I don't know, man. How you been, Glenn? I haven't talked to you in forever. It's been like 1,000 years since I saw you. How you been?
Good. I had COVID immediately after New York Toy Fair last year, and then recovered, and then didn't have to worry about it anymore. So that was both terrible and awesome. But yeah, the COVID world meant that none of us got to see each other.
So are you going to conventions this year or no?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm double vaccinated already, and so is everybody that's going to be working there. So we feel like by September, the vaccination rate will be really high, and we're not afraid of personally getting it, or even if we somehow did, it wouldn't be bad. So absolutely. We have a giant booth at Gen Con. We've got 2 new games with Lizard Wizard and Dungeon Party. And we're going to be in Essen if the German government allows the show to happen and they do it. So we're definitely going to be out there.
That's awesome, man. Well, does anybody else have a question for Mr. Drover?
Can I tell 2 stories about Glenn?
Yeah, tell a story.
Well, the one, you can't tell that other one.
So there's people in the business that have different philosophies about, say a free copy of a game or whatever. And it's okay. People can have different philosophies. But I went to this event one time at Gen Con, which was, they were trying their whole remote store idea where they were going to have like the Gen Con weekend, they were going to have stores celebrate, right? So Glenn was in on that program. Breaking Games was in on that program, which is why I was listening into what their deal was and all that stuff like that. And Glenn, I just have to say, it was like super classy. He comes in, he has free copies for everyone in that room of his game. And I'm like, this is fantastic because not afraid to give away a copy to cement great relationships. And I walked away, and I wasn't even like one of the people that should have got one. It was more for the retailers, but I got one too because he's like, hey, take a game. That right there is how I think publishers should act. It was fantastic. Second thing that I want to say, by the way, is that it really inspired me looking at Mosaic as it was launching the Kickstarter, because you know how you go to those Kickstarter notify me pages and you see a couple people waiting, and usually I launch those so late in the game that I don't have much of that. And I looked at Mosaic in January and I was like, oh my God, it's 6,000 people waiting for this to launch.
Wow.
And that was in January. So I was like, Glenn, what is your secret? Like, how do you do this? And then from that moment on, my whole mission was, I need a notify me page right now, because if you could go out early and get people to find you, that's a great idea.
Yeah. It's a great tool that Kickstarter, started allowing us to use.
Yeah.
And so we've been pretty crappy actually at getting out ahead of our Kickstarter campaign launches with, building awareness 6 months out or 5 months out. And on this one, we're like, you know what? Because of what kind of game this is, it just really makes sense. And so we started marketing this thing, 6 months before launch. And that tool allows you to drive those people straight into the day one of the campaign. And that's amazing.
Yeah. So that's what I immediately put up a page, although Kickstarter fought me because I just slapped stuff up there. I was like, I just need to notify me. I'll make this pretty later, I swear.
Well, I mean, I am annoyed that Scandinavia isn't in the on the board, but I'll live.
Did you know that Mosaic is what Civ game fans have been looking for? Quick, simple, but deep rules that still scratch the Sid Meier itch.
No,
pretty good quote.
A pretty short
thanks.
one.
It belies the verbosity of the person that made the statement. Yeah. So so let's just see here. Did you do Forrest, did you do one of your Kickstarter critiques of this one?
Oh yeah.
I don't remember anything I said about it, because once it's like those are those absolutely exhaust me. like especially on like the bad ones where I'm talking for like 40 or 50 minutes straight. Like it's in one ear and out one other. But
not only did Forrest do one, I think this one was in the Santa suit. Actually,
Well, it's not on this page, so
that's not saying much. Santa suit's seen a lot.
Oh, so I'm just
Poor Santa
so
suit.
$79 gets you the premium Kickstarter edition. $149 gets you the premium edition, all the unlocks, the add-on sets 1 through 4, the metal coins, the wood tokens, the plastic wonders, the plastic cities, the towns, the ports, and the plastic military units. Well, I mean, you gotta go a whole hog. I mean, you can't
I did.
Colossus.
I did cover it. It got me 3 new subscribers. Booyah!
Yeah.
Hey, that's one video. That's one video. I sat down and I talked for 40 minutes. No editing, no nothing. And I got 3 subscribers. I mean, I'll take that all day.
You got 29, almost 3,000 people that want to give you $150 for this guy. So good for you.
Sounds like a lot more.
And good for you.
So, Glenn, what is your favorite game?
That's a great question.
Very
I
normal.
like Le Havre a lot.
Uh-huh.
I like there's a game, I always forget the name of it. It's a German game about the early days of the auto industry.
Autobahn?
No, it's
Bonbon?
it's like Kraftwerk or
Kraftwagen.
Kraftwagen. Yeah,
Kraftwagen.
Kraftwagen
Oh,
is
I love
awesome.
That is a good game. Yeah.
Love that game. And like Trajan a lot.
Have you ever wanted to design a game like that has that the whole process? I think Thebes did it first, where you can take the big action, but then you're going to be waiting a long time while everybody else takes actions behind you until it's the next time until it's your turn to go. Kraftwagen does it, and then what was it? Glenmore did it. Yeah, where like so you could take the action that you like that's really good for you right then, but it might put your player piece so far forward that the other people can take little tiny actions behind you before they go ahead of you. Have you ever thought of designing a game like that?
I did. As soon as I played Kraftwagen, I was like, I need to steal this idea, and I couldn't do it well, so it's sitting in the trash heap somewhere.
Oh, right next to Sid Meier's Pirates.
Yep.
So for those of you who don't know the whole Sid Meier's Pirates, like there was, I don't even, do you remember what Gen Con it was? But like there was a big giant banner and I believe it was Eagle Griffin, right?
Yeah, well, it was just Eagle at that point.
Yeah.
So it would have been like 2005 probably.
So there's a big giant banner and it said Sid Meier's Pirates, the board game coming soon. It was like this giant tarp. And it was like, and like for like the longest time, people were like, "Oh, when's this coming? When's this coming?" And it was just like, and it never.
The answer was never.
You got Seafall.
Yeah, that would have trapped me. See, I would have put money if someone had said, "This is coming." Put your credit card, down right here. I would have done it.
And I remember asking, like when I was at Clint's house, I was like, "Really? You got it? Let's go play it." He's like, "No, the game's horrible. It's absolutely awful." Moving on.
It was actually 3 different versions, and they worked, but especially the last one, it really worked as a Euro, but it was not fun.
Oof.
Yeah, that's crazy. I just, I mean, like the world has been kind of. I mean, I think Merchants and Marauders came close.
Oh, that was definitely, they were trying to channel it.
The pirate.
They definitely were, but that game lasts way too long.
They actually brought that to me back in 2005 when we had the license and wanted us to do it at Eagle. And I basically was like, well, I'm trying to design my own game. And this one is actually really Sid Meier's piratey. But yeah, it was way too long and fiddly. And I was like, I'm trying to be more elegant and quicker, and 4-hour games are kind of a bummer. But it definitely has a lot of Sid Meier's Pirates flavor.
Yeah. And then there's a game coming out soon. I think the guy ran the Shiver Me Timbers that did a very, and he also went very Sid Meier's piratey, and he's fulfilling finally, I think, relatively soon. And that was the game that you actually got to had the 3D printed ships or whatever you got to upgrade, and you got to add chunks to the ships, and they did
Cool.
they get bigger and you could add cannons and stuff. That's that. But yeah, the world still waits for its perfect pirate board game. I think maybe it just can't happen. Maybe there's just too much stuff.
It's definitely elusive.
Yeah.
I keep wondering why. Like, I mean, I don't even know. I have no idea how is Sid Meier even still alive? I don't even know. I'm assuming he's still alive.
Yeah, but I think he is. He just published a game. Bruce Shelley, his kind of second in charge of designing all those games, lives here in Chicago, and I see him for lunch like once a year.
Oh, a little braggy sitting there. But okay, go ahead.
Well, I worked with those guys at Microprose back in the early '90s, so I do know them personally.
That's right. You were telling me about your days.
Shove it, Lance.
Yeah, no. Well, what was the best Microprose game of all time?
No question, Sid Meier Civilization. It's a classic.
See, that's what everybody's going to say. But
yeah, I liked Railroad Tycoon a lot, though.
Yeah.
It was just a little too sandboxy at the end of it.
Again, that's also incorrect. The best Microprose game of all time is, of course, Master of Magic. So
you're not wrong. It's pretty awesome too. And yeah. Command HQ was fun, and there were many. XCOM.
I remember like I remember when Master of Magic, I was like, this is like, oh, can I please combine D&D with Civilization games? Yes, sign me up. I'll play this all day long.
Have you guys played Age of Wonders? Like, I think they're on 3 or something now. It's pretty damn good, and
that's also very good.
Yeah, it's kind of like Master of Magic, but like more modern.
Well, but I mean, with Age of Wonders, unless they changed it, you're not allowed to like build up like cities wherever you want and stuff like that.
You totally can in 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I might have to check that out then.
It's pretty damn good, and the tactical battles are a lot of fun.
Yeah, I remember loving the Master of Magic. What was I gonna say? What was I saying about why hasn't Sid Meier made another Pirates game? I mean, the last Sid Meier's Pirates was pretty good, but I mean now it's so dated and old. I mean, I want a new one.
It could happen. His company still exists, but I think he retired.
Well,
so Phyrexis still makes games, but
pick him up. give him a kick. I would love another Sid Meier's Pirates game. I mean, I probably on all the platforms I played it on. I mean, I played that on my Commodore 64.
Oh yeah.
I played it on my Sega Genesis. I played it. I played it on
Amiga.
The computer still. Yeah, I played it on my Amiga. Yeah, but I mean, I still play it. I mean, I bought it for like $5 on Steam or whatever, and I still play it every once in a while on my computer.
The part that I would like to see in a game, even if it's not a pirate game, is I just love the fact that it's like when you retire, you just look up on the chart how you did. It's like, you're a,
are you a beggar or like? And then I remember the best one was a governor. Like the top one was you could if you did everything, you rescued all of your family.
Yeah.
You found all the lost treasures. You did everything, and you didn't wait until you were 1,000 years old to retire.
Right. Yes, you had to.
So you were actually still in good health. Yeah, you retired and became a governor.
Yeah, forget points. I love the idea of I'm shooting for a better reputation than I got the last hour, or even a different one. Right. I just want to get something else. That was always a really good incentive, I think, for that game.
Yeah. No, just yeah.
It was like kind of an RPG / strategy game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The family's good though. I mean, your wonderful family in Chicago. I mean, I got
yes, thank you. Everybody's doing really well. My daughter just came home from DePaul today, so we're getting to spend some time with her in the next couple of days. But yeah,
I was gonna say some of them got to be in college. But
yeah, we have 2 in college and 1 in high school.
You're almost free.
How about you? How's everybody at your place?
Good, man. Thanks for asking. I mean, kids are, my daughter is almost 14 and hates my guts. And
hey, you're doing something right.
The usual.
Yeah. And my son is just he'll be 10 in October, and like I'm not as cool as I used to be. I can see the the turn.
Well, you were never cool.
Well, I know, but I mean, I was able to lie and fake them out for a little while. So yeah, but yeah, just
why do you do that? Lie to your kids.
My wife and I haven't
Easter Bunny,
haven't
Santa
killed each other.
Claus.
Both working from home for the last year, so that's good. But
Are you emerging now? Are you going to be at trade shows and cons and stuff?
Well, so yeah, with Gray Fox, Shane basically he was like, so when Gen Con was like, yeah, we're going to charge you the same amount for the booth, but we're going to limit attendance. He was like, yeah, I'll just say, just hold my spot for next year. And so he decided we may go for business reasons, just for whatever. But we're not going to Origins. I mean, like we will, if Essen happens, there's a good chance we'll go to Essen. Just because it's actually worth our while, to go there to meet with people and contract.
Well, he must have already paid the money, right? Because they've already collected everything.
Yep. So if it happens, we're going. And if BGG Con happens, we're going. So, which I'm and if so yeah. But other than that, I don't think it's been weird. I was just thinking about this today as I was like I was letting my dogs out and I was just staring out at my lawn and I was just kind of thinking, man, like any other year, I would be thinking about how in the next couple of weeks I'm going to be in Columbus. Yeah. And figuring out when I'm leaving, when I'm getting back, from Origins, and then Dice Tower Con, and then Gen Con, and then because this is where you start going to a convention once a month. You're hitting and then and just and then all of a sudden it's November and you're doing two. You're going to PAX and BGG Con, and it's just kind of the convention season just starts swarming in. It doesn't hurt that, I like conventions for the first couple of days and then I want to be home. I'm just I get there, hey everybody, how's everybody doing? And then by the second day, I'm like, yeah, I want to be home. I'm over it, right?
It didn't suck to have a year off.
No, it didn't at all. And so it was actually really nice. It was really nice just to not have to worry about traveling, not having to worry about I almost had my frequent flyer miles expire on me. That was scary. I had to so it was weird. I happened to just think about it. And I was like, I wonder if I and I called them and they're like, yeah, they expired 5 days ago. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, what can I do? And they were like, oh, you can pay us this exorbitant amount of money to put them back in. But then I was like, really? That's the only way I can do it. And they were like, yeah, you should have called us 5 days ago. And I was just like, oh, well, just keep rubbing it in, just whatever. And then, but then the lady, she was like, so she's like, she's like, I see here you traveled to Dallas back in November. Cause she was looking at my name and stuff like that. I was like, yeah. Well, you didn't apply your frequent flyer number to that. And then, and then just the person who bought the ticket didn't apply my frequent flyer number to it. And I was just like, oh, I was like, can you do that retroactively? And she's like, oh yeah, that's fine. We'll just go ahead and do that for you. And so that'll reset it. And then it was just so you got another year. But I was just like, oh, thank God. I didn't have to pay $187 or whatever to get my frequent flyer miles back, which was, it is now they're still going to expire in July sometime. But my wife and I are already talking about, taking a trip this winter. So it's we'll just figure out where we're going and all this.
Is that Northwest or who's that?
That's American Airlines.
Yeah.
I love American Airlines. They fly to, I can fly to Dallas on a one-way trip out of Fargo. So wow. when I go to BGG Con, it's just get on a plane and I'm there. No switching, no nothing. Just take a nap, wake up at BGG Con. This is awesome.
Pretty good.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's interesting that when you say the difference between, I think in 2017 I went to 15 shows, and
oh my God,
at the time I was like, I gotta cut these back. This is a lot of shows.
That's a lot.
And then I was thinking maybe I would do I think 10. Maybe I could get down to 10 or 12. But then of course you get 2020 and it's how about 2 shows and it's over.
Yeah.
So,
No, I remember
this is
seeing you at
good.
Essen, just in that one little corner, just with your Dwellings at Eldervale set up, and just like waiting for somebody to come over and ask you about it.
That was fun because that was hall 1, which hadn't been in, and I had like a small corner where there was like it was somebody else I guess bailed, and so grabbing like this we weren't ready for it, so we didn't have any tables. We had to scramble just to have just a table with one game on it, which wasn't out, so it wasn't exactly what you want to do at a show. But I was like, let's do this. This is my whole weekend. This is great. Yeah.
Essen.
It's a good show. I missed the pretzels.
Where did Forrest go?
He's busy.
He's running for office.
Yeah.
He's running for office.
Literally
taking a bath.
Glenn, have you ever considered running for office?
Oh God, no. Too many skeletons.
Forrest Bauer, you're probably familiar with him, but Forrest is going to he's going to run for the House of Representatives. He is throwing his hat in the ring.
From what state?
Indiana.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just wow. As he comes back with a what is that, a Swiss roll in his mouth? A what?
It's a bagel.
All right. So I've been waiting to do so Glenn, can I get you to play a game with us?
Okay.
All right, it's a simple game. Aldi left, and he said he was coming back, but he hasn't come back yet. So he's
falling asleep. He said
he's falling asleep. All right, that's fine. We're gonna play the initials because we haven't played it yet. So just Glenn's never played, so I'll teach him the rules. Glenn, this is the initials game. You can buy this at theinitialsgame.com. You can it's made by my buddies at KFan, the #1 sports radio show in the nation. Sports radio station in the nation, based out of Minnesota. Anyway, I know a lot of people that work there, and this guy came up with this game that each one of these cards has 6 clues that get more and more specific as you go on, and they're all going to have the same initials, which I'll share with you here just very shortly. And if you think you know what I'm talking about, you ring in by saying your name. So your buzzer would be Glenn, and I would say, Glenn, what is it? And you'll make your guess. If you get it wrong, you're out for that one topic. You're not out for the rest of the game. But if you get it right, you get a point. And we just go through these cards, and you see who gets the most points. And we have an official scorekeeper watching us play right now, and Paul. And if we have any question about like who rang in first, Kabuki Kid is the arbiter of reality, so she tells us who rang in. So anyway, pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Here are the initials, and I said every single one of these things are going to have these initials. I'm going to say the initials are S B. So the initials are S B. S as in the last name of Christian Strain. B as in Barry, our medicinal user. So SB. Here we go. Clue number 1. Forrest, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Clue number 1. Was a special agent for the FBI. Was an interior designer. Was a professional thief. Was a lieutenant in San Angeles in 2032. Was a medical engineer who left Earth. Final clue. Was a temporary bus driver who needed to keep the speed above 90 miles an hour.
Barry.
Barry.
Sandra Bullock.
Oh, that's it.
Sandra Bullock is correct.
Dang it! I couldn't think of it from Judge Dredd. Or
There
from
you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was
I knew it, but I couldn't think of my name.
Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, clue number 1. Barry out front, and if Paul's not around, somebody else will have to do it. But anyway, who cares? The score. So Barry with 1. Clue number 1: connected to New Orleans. Was once an armadillo. Was the captain of the Enterprise. Has been seen on Looking, Chuck, and Desperate Housewives. Time traveled between 1989 and 1993.
Is this guy's name?
know.
I know who it is. I just can't think of his name.
Me too.
Final clue.
Go ahead, Forrest.
Scott Bakula.
Scott Bakula.
Good job. Good job.
Love me some Scott Bakula.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a great show.
Plays Special Agent Dwayne Prime. And one of the rare shows that has a perfect final episode.
I don't remember.
Oh, like they.
Did he finally get back home? Or
no,
whatever?
no. So the whole thing is that he ends up in like kind of like this kind of staging area of like and there's people that are kind of like talking to him that know what he does and what he and how he does it, and basically this other thing, whether it's God or Kismet or whatever, talks to him, and it's just this guy is just a bartender, and he says to him, he's like, you have the ability to go home whenever you want. He's like, why won't I? And he said, because you're too good of a person. You know that the moment you go home, you're going to stop helping people, and you won't let yourself stop helping people. He said, the moment that you want to like stop, you can go home. And then like the final thing is that so he actually goes back and he basically tells the ex-wife of his buddy, I can't remember the actor's name, that he's not dead. He's MIA, but he's not dead, and that she should wait for him. And so then she does, and so he fixes that and then the final scene is like this the bar that says whatever, his best friend and his wife, she waited for him. Hal, she waited for Hal. He came home. They just celebrated their like 55th wedding anniversary with their 7 kids and 14 grandchildren or whatever. And then the last one, Dr. Samuel Beckett never returned home.
Yeah.
Is the last line of the show. So anyway.
Also, Samuel Beckett is an SB, by the way. That's very nice.
There you go. Anyway, here we go. Well, Scott, here we go. It's probably one of these. No. Anyway, so here we go. Clue number 1: connected to George Cayley in the 1800s. Dr. Grant struggled with this in 1993's Jurassic Park. Often has an audio and digital reminder. Often connected with ejection. The first word is often switched to safety. Glenn.
Seatbelt.
Seatbelt is correct. Well done. Hey, by the way, the little wire that tells the computer in my car that my seatbelt is closed, snapped, and so now it just bings constantly. And I brought it in, and they're like, "Yeah, that'll be $270." And I was like, "I'll just go crazy listening to it ping. I am not paying $270."
Probably a fuse for that.
There isn't. It is because I used to rip that thing out when I delivered pizzas, so I could not have to deal with the noise. But you can't. Yeah, they said you could take it to a dealer and they can maybe tell the computer that it's fixed. I haven't done it yet. I'm just I'm not paying $270.
You know where the short is?
It's there's a wire that's snapped. I can see the wire.
Okay, it's a short. Where you can see it, and you can fix it.
Well,
just butt splice it.
Yeah, whatever. You think you know? You want you to drive up here and do it then. All right, here we go. Clue number 1 is a Republican who attended Yale. Clue number 2 has spent time in prison. This is where you make the joke. Of course he does, because he's Republican. But anyway, clue number 3 once worked with a clown. Number 4. His arch enemy is a 4th grader.
Oh, shoot.
Forrest.
Sideshow Bob.
Sideshow Bob. Yes. Clue number 5 was has 8 fingers. Real name is Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr. All right, here we go. Clue number 1. A 1985 horror film based on a Stephen King novella. In 1929, Glenn.
Stand By Me.
And close. Here we go. In 1929 was the name of a vehicle that attempted a land speed record. In medicine, the first word Barry.
Silver bullet.
Silver bullet. That is correct. That was kind of a scary movie. I remember seeing that movie with who's that crazy guy? The guy with the aged cop in Point Break.
Yeah, Buscemi, not Buscemi.
No.
Belushi. No.
Oh, what is his name? He was going to be Han Solo, and then they and then they Gary Busey.
Busey.
Yeah.
He's going to be Han Solo.
Yeah, well, no, he was on the final list for possible Han Solos, and then Harrison Ford got it.
Awesome.
Here we go. Clue number 1 has been used to describe extinct languages. In science, refers to a publication that receives little attention until long after its release. Connected to a birthday. Involved a curse. Famously connected to true love's first kiss. Glenn.
Sleeping Beauty.
Sleeping Beauty is correct. Well done. Well done. All right, here we go. Clue number 1 dates back to the 19th century. Often seen being used by Lois Lane, Carrie Bradshaw, and Jessica Fletcher. Is centrally located. In a way, Mos Eisley is famous for one. Usually appears directly under C, V, B, N, and M. Final clue. Can be found on a keyboard.
Evan. Space bar.
Space bar. I like the Mos Eisley. I like the Mos Eisley clue on that one.
Yeah.
There we go. I figured everybody would look down at their keyboards immediately.
I thought typewriter and then.
Clue number 1 was highlighted in 1999's She's All That. Connected to a 2012 James Franco film. Connected to Nerds in 1987. Often includes travel. Forrest.
Spring Break.
Spring Break is correct. Has connections to Girls Gone Wild, which is one of my favorite jokes by Dave Attell. He's like, you ever watch those videos in reverse? It's like the girls learned a lesson. All right, here we go. Clue number 1 was seen in 1996's Independence Day. Was seen in 2008's Cloverfield.
Barry. Stealth bomber.
Holy cow, Barry. Look at you. Good pull.
That's amazing.
Wow.
There were only 21 of these produced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The B-52s, were they?
The official name is the Northrop Grumman B-2 Spirit.
B-2s.
There you go. Rappers Dr. Dre and Warren G.
What?
Sebastian to Catherine in 19. Involved a boat crash. Included an autographed sword. Included a Billy Joel tribute band. Forrest.
Step Brothers.
Step
Wine
I should have known that. Jen loves that fucking movie.
Holy cow! Look at you.
This is your style game, Forrest. Wow.
Yeah, it's right in his wheelhouse.
This is not
Sports talk radio. I can see that.
I was thinking it like into the second one. I should have said it.
There we go. Well, I'm surprised I'm surprised that Peter and Mike and Chris's microphones work at this point. Let's just so, here we go. Has a connection to Bill Murray. Has been depicted as the Grim Reaper. Let me say that again. Has been depicted as the Grim Reaper. Is mentioned in Fire and Fury. Known as a strategist. Worked for Donald Trump. Final clue. Former executive chairman of Breitbart News. Forrest.
Steve Bartlett.
Damn
it!
Oh,
Peter.
Steve Bannon.
Bannon.
Damn
it.
All right.
Only because Forrest missed one.
Yeah. So Barry 3, Forrest 3, Evan 3. Kabuki, how many does Glenn have?
Glenn has at least one.
I think it's
Glenn's
two.
got 2 or 3, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You and I missed one.
Yeah, well, you got 2. Anyway, there's 3 left. So Forrest is in the lead with 4. It's anybody's game but Chris.
Did you just say I had 3?
Forrest, you have 4 according to this. Peter's got 1. Kabuki Kid's just not listing off Glenn as with the 4 anymore.
Throwing off random numbers. She had a glass of wine.
Yeah.
Rough day.
Here we go. Clue number 1 was temporarily invisible. Was a Nib high school graduate. was graphically dismembered? His ashes were spread. Was a specifically colored jewelry thief. Was a corrupt Atlantic City treasurer during the Prohibition era.
Barry.
Hey, Barry.
Steve Buscemi.
That's
Steve
it.
Buscemi.
That was
is
such a
correct.
good show.
Yeah.
Boardwalk
Empire. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good show. That's really good. We got 2 left. And I believe Glenn has 2. And so with Barry has 4, Forrest has 4, Evan, I believe, has 1, and Glenn has 2. So Glenn, if Glenn runs the table, he can tie for the lead. We got 2 left. So here we go. Associated with Ned Cuthbert. Can sometimes be seen at home. Connected to advancement. Often connected to speed. Often includes a head start.
Barry. Sonic Boom.
Good guess, though. Final clue.
Oh, Chris. For no reason, because I can't win. Sound barrier?
Thanks for ringing in, though. You gotta take stabs. You gotta throw. Chris thinks I'm making fun of him. I'm not.
I had the stepbrother thing. You said vote and it threw me off. I should have said it before.
Here we go. The final clue includes running 90 feet in baseball.
Forrest.
Stolen base. Stolen base. Forrest takes the lead. So Barry can tie him so we can have a shared victory.
Wait. Can sometimes be found at home.
Yeah, you can sometimes steal home plate.
You can steal
home. I found at home. Okay.
It's tough.
I'm with you now.
All right, so here we go. This is the final clue. If anybody, if Forrest gets this one right, he wins. Well, if Barry gets it, he ties. Anybody else gets it, Forrest wins. Here we go. Clue number 1 has connections to Michael Jackson, Prince, Madonna, and more. Debuted in Los Angeles, California. Has a connection to rings. Evan.
Sinbad.
And
come on.
Forrest. Good try.
Forrest for the win.
Super Bowl.
Super Bowl is correct.
Yeah.
I like one.
Has a connection to Roman numerals. Second largest day for food consumption in the United States.
Yeah.
And some consider this Sunday to be an unofficial national holiday.
Peter, the background you got there is like my favorite coaster you guys had. When are we getting that game? I love that art.
Oh man. Well, you got to design it.
Deal.
That's a fun game. I gotta log off. It's not my style game, but congratulations, Forrest, on that game.
I got off too.
Nice.
It was they were all in your wheelhouse that time. It was weird.
Yeah.
I gotta.
You gonna go to bed, Peter?
No, not in the
I thought you said I gotta go or something. I was like,
I do have to go. I'm gonna.
Well, what do you gotta go do, man?
I gotta get my kid to bed, and then maybe I can come back on later.
All right.
But for a little bit.
Well, my wife just texted me. I gotta head up real quick. I'll be right back. If Glenn or anybody else wants to go while I'm gone, I mean, I'm not. It isn't that kind of thing. I just have to go.
Now's your chance to talk, everyone.
Yes. Mhm. Well, I got a question for everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, say you're Jen, my wife and I played Agricola. Or no, I'm sorry, Caverna. I went to do a move. Jez said I was going to do that. So I said, okay, fine. I'll do something else. She said she didn't do it that round. At the end of the round, she said, I'm going to do it next round. And I was like, oh, no, it's off now. Okay. She got upset. Am I in the wrong?
No.
If it's your turn, you can do what you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long have you been married?
We've been together 13 years soon. Like, she got it down. It's right after my birthday. So,
Well, you just have to be very clear and go, all right, if you don't take it on your very next action, I'm then going to take it.
No. I gave her a chance. As she said, next turn after the round. I'm like, fuck you. Yeah.
You say, I respect you enough to play my best.
Yeah.
No, with me, it's like, you fucked up. I'm moving on.
Not the best way to-
Yeah, I'm pretty honest with Jim. You have to be in my situation. Yeah.
All right, guys. See you guys later.
Okay.
Good night, sir.
Have a good night, guys.
Good night, Glenn. Oh, man. The host walked away.
Mhm.
Everybody's dropping. Hey, Forrest, I'm excited to see you running, man. That's cool.
Thanks. It's a whole different experience, and I'd rather take the shot and completely whiff than never take it.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. Because, a lot of us always are like, well, if I was in charge, it's like we all like to backseat quarterback, and it's like it's got to take a lot of guts to actually like try to really do something.
Oh yeah, and especially with yeah. Like I have no idea where it's gonna go, because it's just, I'm a very blunt, honest, open person, and I think there's a lot of people who are really gonna like that, and then there's gonna be another huge group who are like, fuck this guy.
Right. Yeah, if you don't say the right thing at the right time in the right way, yeah.
It's any situation anymore.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But it's just a new path, and it's like it might turn to something big. Like, I was like talking to my wife, I was like, if I actually get to run up against the guy, like if I beat the other Democrats and I run up against the guy, like I might be on like CNBC. Like I could be on like these.
We might have to move to Washington.
Well, like it'd be yeah. I don't know.
We could game more frequently if that happens for us.
What was that?
I'm an hour and a half up the road. Roughly, depending on traffic down there, that's a motherfucker.
That'll be a problem I'll be happy to deal with if I ever get to it.
You never sat in a beltway.
That doesn't sound good.
Hours and hours. I heard it's a lot like Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with it. I mean,
I'm sure you'll hear plenty about it. I'm sure. It's the kind of thing where it's just gonna ramp up. Like I live my life in gears. Like I've had this, like if I turn it on and I full, like, because I plan on going like full Gen Con bonanza for a couple months on this, like lots of time invested into it.
Yeah.
Because I see it, like, even if I fall flat on my face, which is probably going to happen. Well, no, I mean, realistically, it's very red. He's kicked the shit out of everybody else.
Right.
And it's like, but just getting my name out there will then make local races substantially easier, because hopefully I will have found that, chunk of the people who are like, I really like how this guy handles his business.
Yeah. If 12% of, the people are like, I really like honesty, then that's actually that's a pretty big group of people.
That's the goal. And if not, then I got Bauer's Game Corner and a family that loves me, and I could talk about this and how I fell flat on my face, many, many years ago.
We'll have a laugh.
You
like
should
Overruled like
have
Lance.
Grant teach you how to be a stand-up comedian.
I have on my iPad right now a short bit that I'd like to polish one day. I'd like to do a 2-minute set somewhere, because I mean some of the stories from in my early 20s are just, they're absurd. I mean, and there's the other thing, like,
Find it hard to
I know
believe.
Lance knows my whole story, but it's well, a lot of it, I come from a family of murder. My dad is a pedophile. He's in prison.
Wow.
I have rubbed elbows with so many of the people that didn't get out of the hole, and it's just like there's a lot of funny, interesting things that happen in there, and I'm sure I could turn them into, some good stand-up. It's never been something I've really ever wanted to try doing, but yeah, one day I'd love to do a 2-minute bit somewhere.
And if you go up somewhere, I'll go up.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, there's nothing bad that comes out of it. It's either you learn that, maybe this is not for me, and you have a special new respect for it, or it's like, I could be funny. It's how hobbies happen.
I think it was my flight to Origins, or no, it was my Gamma. I don't remember. I was on a plane, and like the entire flight, I wrote down, like, chuckling to myself, like this whole like series of ideas for bits and stuff. If I ever did stand up. When I got home, I read them to my wife, and she was like,
I will say I did one very short-lived attempt at like a comedy news show about board games for like 4 weeks.
Yeah.
And my wife, and this, I love my wife. She's a very good barometer for me. She did not laugh at one fucking joke, but then people liked it. Like, people actually liked it, but it was just way too much work to do it. So it's like, you never know. My jokes go a lot better when it's not with my wife.
yeah. She was like, that's not funny.
Force power, man of the meeple. I like that.
Man of the meeple.
Man of the meeple.
I'm telling you, all you gotta do is just have signs that say "Run, Forrest."
I'm planning on that. I feel like you have to capitalize on that name. It's just now a matter of, can I do Run, Forrest, Run? Because that's obviously the goal. But is it illegal?
Right.
Even if it is illegal, would it just be a cease and desist, which would get my name out more? Hey,
maybe
no press is bad press, I think.
Oh man!
Still, Steven Spielberg comes down on their ass.
That may have been the case at one point.
That's very fair. That is very fair. But you know what? I've got a lot of skeletons. None of them that are that bad, though. So
yeah.
Nobody's coming after me with any accusations they're going to send me to prison. So I'm, there's a lot of stuff that's bad, but it's like nothing that's terribly, wildly atrocious. It's like, we've got a video of you urinating in this restaurant from 13 years ago. And I like, you know what? I'll deal with that one. But it's like, no Me Too coming after me. So I got skeletons, but nothing too terrible.
You all do.
Yeah.
Not me.
As long as you own up, as long as it's not that bad, and you just say, "Yeah, that happened. I was 20. Yeah, totally."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the plan. You got to lean into it. Say, I've grown from this. I've learned from this. I'm a representative of the people, and most of the people have made mistakes. 53% of the people live paycheck to paycheck for reasons, and that's mistakes in their past. So I understand that, and I understand where those people come from. A lot of them,
All right,
you just got to spin it.
You sold me, man.
We'll steer the other direction real quick. Did you guys see the Jeremy Salinas Left Man versus Meeple?
What?
Do we know why? Can we say why?
Well, I mean, I maybe have some inside baseball on it, but I don't really feel like airing dirty laundry about it. But no, he's leaving. He's leaving the board game media world, and he's already found a job outside of it, and So David Waybright, Jeremy Howard, who's not Katya? I can't think of I can't think of her name right now. and Ryan Schoon are gonna be the Man versus Meeple people going forward.
Oh, good luck with it.
Yeah, no. I mean Jeremy Drakenstrike. I mean he was one of the old schools, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah.
Well, Man versus Meeple is still continuing, right? It's just he's leaving it.
yeah, he's
Right,
leaving.
right.
Okay.
And like so, David Wainwright bought him out.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
oh, shoot! So I'm now a little bit more of an OG. Woo, woo,
Nice.
woo!
Mhm, yeah.
Slowly climb my way up.
Mhm.
Johnson Navin R25. I can confirm that I can't confirm, but we gave our North America, like for the United States, for Tortuga 21.99, we gave the warehouse in Iowa the shipping information I believe today. So they are actually they're the process of sending out for science right now, and then after they're done with that, they'll be sending out Tortuga. So
Science?
there you go. So if you're waiting for Tortuga 21.99, or if you're waiting for science, you should be getting those. And you're in North America, you should be getting those pretty soon.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that stuff off our plate.
About
Thank
time,
God.
motherfucker.
Well, hey now.
I'm messing with you.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that really horked me off was that. So I'll throw underneath the bus. So we used OEC for freight for like so you have a warehouse, or you have a manufacturer in China, and they make the thing, and then once it's done, you arrange with a freight company to pick up said thing and then bring it to a port, and then usually you use the same freight company then finds you a spot on a ship, and then it comes over, and then that same freight company arranges for that thing after that container, after it is like you arrange for they arrange for a truck or a train to pick up that item and then bring it to your fulfillment area, whether it is your own warehouse or your fulfillment warehouse or whatever. Anyway, so we've been using OEC is like a pretty big name or whatever. I mean, they're fairly we've used them for many years, and man, oh man, they were horrible. They were, I mean, and it was just like it was absolutely stupendously awful. They would tell us one thing, and then like 2 weeks later, and then we'd share that information with our backers, like, yep. So our freight company has the games, and they are putting them on a ship right now. And then like 3 weeks later, they say, yeah, we didn't put them on a ship. And you're just like, oh, well, great. I look like an asshole because I told everybody. And then it's like, they don't care. The backers don't care. I told them this, and then it's just like, and it wasn't true. So I'd be pissed off too if you told me one thing. And also, when that happens repeatedly, again and again and again, eventually you're like, yeah, I don't fucking believe you anymore. You don't have the games. You're like whatever. And so it's like, and admittedly, it makes you look like. And so yeah, I get it. And it's just like, and we never lied. We were just given information that was wrong. And so we had this thing where it was just like, oh yeah, well, they told us, it's like we told them to get the games off the ship in San Diego because we would be able to ship them to our warehouse quicker from San Diego. We had some things set up to do that, but they didn't listen to us, and they dropped them off in Seattle. And so then they were mired in Seattle for like weeks. And so so basically like it took us like the containers that have Tortuga and Tsukiyumi in them, like it literally took 9 months to get it from China to America. And it was just like, and admittedly there was a lot of COVID shit going on.
They use a
too.
canoe?
Yeah, there was just like containers were at a premium. I mean, like there were times when like there just wasn't anybody who would drive a truck. There was nobody. It was like, oh, the manufacturer is 20 miles from the port city. Yeah, great. We don't have anybody that can drive this truck because of COVID. There's nobody here that can drive and pick it up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's 40 minutes away from being here, but we can't get anybody to go pick it up, you know. And that was like, you know, so there's admittedly there was a lot of stuff that they were grinding against to get it done, but I mean, with misinformation. And then here's the deal, when like we couldn't, like they were like, oh yeah, this is just the best we can do, I'm sorry, we just can't get this done, we can't get this done. This other company reached out and said, oh, are you looking for a new freight possibility? And we're like, sure. Like, absolutely, you couldn't possibly be worse, so sure, we'll take you up on the offer. And they're like, oh well, here you go, here's For Science, it's ready to go, can you pick this up and get it on a ship? And like literally they were like, we'll take care of that for you, here's our bill, okay, cool. And then we like it was one of those things where it's like, it's kind of a fire and forget, where you just kind of like, cool, you know, and then maybe you send them an email, and we were just accustomed, like, well, in about 2 months or so we'll have our stuff. 5 weeks later, they're like, we're in San Diego with your stuff. You know, it was like, holy shit, are you kidding me? Like, literally, like, yeah, I mean, it was like, Shane's like, yeah, so our For Science games are in our warehouse. I was like, what? How is that even possible? He's like, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. You know, I you know, it was just like, yeah, yeah, they did a job. You know, so yeah, you know, and so yeah, we told OEC we were never going to use them again.
Yeah.
Ever.
So for After the Empire, it was the former company, not the newer company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you ship it earlier than expected then?
Well, no, everything's late because of, you know, like manufacturing and stuff like that. But instead of it being another 6 months before we can actually get it out, you know, like at least, you know, For Science is like a normal delay that happens with these things, you know.
Yeah.
And instead of like a prolonged and long delay.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just like, it was absolutely insane. Like, you could have knocked me over the feather when Shane was like, yeah, so let him know that the stuff's here. And I was like, are you joking? He's like, no, I didn't believe it either, I had to confirm it, you know. And I was just like, but yeah, it's just like stuff like that where you're just like, you know, just how much people can really screw things up and just ruin like the goodwill that you have. And admittedly, like, yeah, I mean, it's whatever. People are always going to be upset about time and how quickly they get stuff. But I was like, it was pretty stunning that yeah. But anyway, I don't know where Grant is. Jeremy's just said he's been really, people are like, where's Jeremy? Jeremy's just been really busy. Yeah, he's just been super busy with everything that's going on in his life. Plus, I know that there was a like one of his I think his father-in-law passed away.
Yeah, I think that's right.
So
that's never
you know, okay, you know, the thing is that it was one of those things with I Love Richard. People are like, why doesn't Rado come out anymore? I mean, I'm not here to, like, you know, hide information. It was just one of those things where I love Richard to death, and he's a friend, and I miss talking to him too. But it's one of those things where and it probably got blown out of proportion, but there was a couple of things that got said, and ultimately it was just kind of it was decided just for. The unfortunate thing is that if I wasn't involved in the industry, I could have anybody here on anytime they want, and they could say whatever they want, and they could you know, and I could say whatever I wanted, and I could just do whatever. But the unfortunate thing is that I have a job within the industry, and it is my career in the industry will depend on some things. Like, you know, I mean, I can't go off and spout, you know, hateful shit and expect to keep my job. And I'm not saying that's what, I mean, I can't, and I'm not saying that's what Richard did by any means, right? I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that within my company, somebody mentioned something and they said, hey, you know, whatever take or whatever you want to say about a decision Richard made, because it was possibly could look unfavorably if I was having him on. It was just one of those things where they said, you know, why don't you watch that? And then Richard and I had a conversation on the phone. We talked about it, and he was like, you know, I mean, it's just like, I love being on the show and I love being a part of the show and everything like that. But I mean, he said, I don't ever want to endanger your job or make it like, not that like having him on would like make me get fired or something like that, but if it was one of those things where it could happen, it was just one of those things where it was like, maybe at some point in the future he comes back on and everything's cool and awesome and super awesome and what have you, but it's just right now, no. I mean, it's just time and distance, I guess is the best way to say it. It isn't something where I closed the door. It's just one of those things where it's like, at this time, let's just wait, and then at some point in the future, we'll revisit the option. So
I feel like the Thanksgiving episode is the right move.
And what'd you say?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That's the right move.
Yeah. What, we all sit here and eat turkey together?
Yeah.
I don't like turkey.
Twitter controversy of the week will be
have a
long
ham.
forgotten by thousands of others after it. Just,
Yeah, it's the Thanksgiving episode, and we're bringing back the ham.
And we're thankful.
And I'm going to say something here, and people can say whatever they want. And somebody said so he was canceled, and I'm just like, I'm not. No, I'm not going to say he was canceled because one, it was a mutual decision between the two of us, and we talked it over, and everything like that, and I actually, and people might not like my approach on this and stuff like that. I mean, I do think that there are times when, like, I think the terminology of cancel culture or things are canceled. I think it's like an attempt, and I'm not saying that the person, K Squires, I appreciate you watching and I appreciate you taking part in the chat. This isn't directed at you by any means, but I mean, so don't take it like that. But I do think that people use the word cancel culture and they use canceled as a way to try to diminish what people do to make a decision of like, I don't want to be associated with you anymore. And yes, I do think that there are situations where people are like, oh, we need to, like, where just like anything else, you can make something, anything extreme, and you'll take it too far. But I don't. I think that I hate that terminology. I actually get into arguments with my wife about this sometimes, where like she'll use some sort of terminology, like, and I guess it's just, it answers lexicon, like she says, oh, it's gaslighting. I was like, can we just say that he's just a lying sack of shit? I mean, can't we? What happened to say? Why do we got to use words like white knighting and gaslighting and things like that? I don't understand. Why can't we just we got to have a buzzword to describe it, right? And I realize that buzzwords are like used for the power that they have, right? I mean, it's something where it's easy to say, oh, that person's gaslighting you or whatever, and it's just kind of like, oh, so this is like, you think, or because that's easier to say and it carries more weight than to say that person's a lying sack of shit and he's just trying to sell you a bad bill of goods, I mean, but no, if you say gaslighting, it's like, oh, look at me, I'm edgy and I'm using this word and whatever. I don't know. I mean, and again, I might be talking out of my ass here, but no,
probably
Richard wasn't canceled. He was not canceled by me. He was. I don't know of anybody else. I guess whatever anybody else.
He got 100K subscribers, which in our hobby, he's doing just fine.
I canceled.
He's doing just fine.
Hey guys,
no, I did not cancel.
I gotta run.
Okay, Evan.
Because
I offended you with my gaslighting comment.
You canceled me. No, I've got that meeting with somebody over.
You did say that.
Can you set it up and then we can listen in?
That'd be awesome.
That sounds really professional.
No. Well,
I've just got a whole crew.
Yeah, good luck with that. I hope it's awesome.
Yeah, thanks. It's like it's a pretty cool IP that would be awesome to work with. So it'd be fun.
Oh. Is it? Let's guess the IP. Is it Howard the Duck?
I love that movie, but
heard it's available.
Yeah, you love it. You love it for the naked duck, don't you? Like, you're like that part of your video cassette is just worn thin. Rewind, pause. Amazing. Rewind, pause.
I loved it.
All right.
Good night, guys.
All right, Evan.
Take care.
Later, Evan.
No, okay. So what I was saying, and then Kabuki Kid's like gaslighting is a new term. No, of course it isn't a new term. It's based off of an old movie or whatever. But the thing is that is it definitely something that is being bandied about now because it just has become trendy to like Twitter it and what have you? Absolutely. I mean, there's tons of shit that like comes into vogue and people just start using more and more and more.
I think part of the reason is people are just scared to say it. Like people just say he's just a fucking liar. Like, and so by saying something like gaslighting and being less specific, I think you're putting less pressure on yourself to prove it.
Well, I agree 100%. And it's just kind of like, and you're allowing other people to like determine the definition of what you're saying, and it's just kind of like, for example, I have a neighbor who is like, no, I know. I have a neighbor. Cat. I have a neighbor who was engaged to the father of her child, and they were living together, and then things went bad. And I don't know the whole story behind it, but from what I understand, like the guy's kind of a piece of crap. I mean, I don't know, two sides to his story or whatever. And like, I definitely have been there when like I've seen him pull up, and they've had like really bad arguments, like out in the driveway, like screaming at each other. And it was just one of those things where it's like, and I felt like, so I was like, one day I was walking out and she was there, and I was like, hey, and she's like, hey, what's going on? And I was just like, so I said, and like I say, obviously there's something going on, and I mean, it's none of my business, and I'm not trying to pry or anything like that. And I was like, and I actually felt like I say, I'm not trying to white knight you here. I'm just saying that if you're ever in a situation where you feel unsafe or something, I need you to know that you can come to our house, or if you need us to watch your kid or whatever, if something happens, And I mean, but I hate the fact that I have to like, because that's such a like, that was like, that's just trying to be nice to a person, right? And just saying, hey, look, I don't want you to have to deal with this a-hole, and I don't want you to feel unsafe that, and it's just like one of those things. But then I also feel like, because all this terminology, oh, look at that, you're, she can't take care of herself, because you're the man coming to save her, and I feel like I have to just say, no, I'm just trying to be a nice guy, and I'm just trying to like make sure she's okay, and stuff like that. I don't know, stuff like that. It's just, and then I realize I'm just getting old, and I just, so maybe I should just shut up and just realize I'm just getting old. Just like the world is passing me by, Forrest. It's leaving me behind.
It'll get all of us.
Yes, you old fuck. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, Lance. I mean, I've witnessed domestic violence in my family, my sister, my mother. So
I think you could take either of them.
Definitely my mother. She's not alive. My sister, I don't know. With the leg, I can't. Yeah, maybe. But in that situation, there was shame after both of them for some reason. I still don't understand it. I tried to talk to my sister about it, but so I if the woman really needed help, I think she would take it, and we'd be all right.
Well, I understand that, but I feel like, I do feel like, and again, I'm showing my age here a little bit, and I'm kind of going off the rails a little bit here, but I mean, I feel like in today's day and age, like you run whenever you say something, if it's taken the wrong way, if people feel like you are trying to do X, Y, or Z or whatever, and like you run the risk of the context of the situation isn't being understood, and the purpose behind what you're saying, and it can be construed as something, if he goes
yeah, I get what you're. I don't want to get really political with this. I get what you're saying.
I don't either.
I get what you're saying.
I do feel I am all for assholes being shut down, and I'm all for not everybody deserves to have the freedom of speech. I realize that's antithetical to like what this country is based upon, but I mean, if you're gonna spout bullshit that is obviously like hateful and awful and shitty, let's just heave you off to an island with the rest of your shitty humans and you can live there for the rest of your life, so you don't have to be around us.
But we have the privilege to do that in this country. I mean, that's what makes us America.
Maybe.
Pretty much any other country in the world.
Is it what makes us America? Incredible wealth disparity and soul crushing, like angst and what have you. I mean, I don't know.
Part of it too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Take a go with the bed.
I don't know.
There's many countries where that hate is fed to you. I mean, that's all you learn. We have the opportunity to decide for ourselves.
Yeah.
For the most part.
For the most part. Oh, and trust me, it's just like, the like unfollow action on Facebook is fabulous, where you don't have to defriend somebody but you don't ever see what they say ever, so you can just be blissfully unaware if they're saying anything that's going to drive you absolutely crazy. Yeah, I don't know.
It just amazes me that people, they're not like this face to face. Of
course they're not. Nobody's gonna say something that's gonna get them punched in the face. I mean, nobody does that.
But yeah, I mean,
it's just. Yeah. Nobody does that, right? I mean, it's just like one of my favorite quotes or whatever was I think it was Muhammad Ali, and he said, "Everybody's got a plan until they get punched." No, it's Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
That sounds like much more of a Mike Tyson quote.
They got a.
Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
They got a new documentary coming out about him. I want to see.
Oh, what a complete mess of a human being who really, let's be fair here, for a convicted rapist. Has really, like, he did his repentant. He served his time. He paid for his crime, and he really reinvented himself.
If you're a likable person, everything can be forgotten, and he has turned himself into a likable person.
He is a likable person.
Yeah, I mean, he completely and totally. I mean, like his Adult Swim cartoon show is hilarious. The Mike Tyson Mysteries.
And that's why you have public relations people as a millionaire. I'm sure he's got somebody saying this would be a great opportunity for you. It's going to go well with the 18 to 34 demographic.
But think about it, Lance. You were, what was he, 18? He was the Olympic. Was it that young, or 19 something? He was very young. Fame came to him very quickly. So did money. And this guy spent the early part of his life in the hood. Then he moved upstate with. What's his name? But can you imagine that? Everything in the world being thrown at you? You're 19, 20, 21?
Nope. It's the same reason everybody hated Justin Bieber. It's just like, I think at the age of 19 to 24, and if you just handed me $10 million, I'd be dead. I'd probably be dead. I mean, or suffering some horrible crippling addiction. It's just how you're not mentally capable enough to handle that much money.
And it's not like he's a stupid dude. He's a very intelligent guy. It's just, shit gets thrown at you. I couldn't imagine trying to handle that shit at 20 years old,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's
it's also not just the money. I mean, I do remember.
That's what I mean. I
remember seeing a stand-up comedian who was talking about Tyson. They were saying they say he's arrogant. He's 21 years old and he's worth $87 million. He's like, I was a dick for a week when I got my student loan money.
You think about that a lot. I mean, we did all of our fuck ups behind, cameras weren't around. These people, not only him, but singers, other sports people, they live their lives in front of a camera 24/7. I don't know if I could do that, And then they got to, apologize for shit they did 20, 30 years ago. It's
Yeah, I was watching Rob Lowe get interviewed by Joe Rogan, and it was like, "What the fuck is the point of being famous anymore?
yeah.
Like there's cameras on you all the time, so you can't do anything fun because you're gonna piss off somebody else." And it's like, yeah, I mean, you got to realize you go to a restaurant and you got people like trying to take pictures of you. You go to the store, you got people trying to take pictures of you. It's like you give up your life, be famous. And I mean, it's hard to even comprehend it. You know, this is one of those things where you think about it, you're like, it just seems surreal. Going into a store and a good chunk of them know or care who you are. Like, I mean, I've listened to a lot of interviews with celebrities. It's just like making friends that aren't celebrities is just like so hard because there's so many people who just want to kiss your ass and just to write off your success, write off your money.
I often wonder, like, yeah, it totally is. It's like I can't imagine, like, how you'd never be able to. Well, it's like it's one of my favorite movie lines. It's from Guardians of the Galaxy, the second one, which was an okay movie, not nearly as good as the first one, but she said, Mantis says, I am ugly. He's like, oh yes, you are hideous, but he's like, but it is good that you aren't beautiful. He's like, beautiful people never know whether people actually love them. And I was just kind of like, it was just kind of like, it was just a great line. It's like the same thing. It's like, famous people, they never know if the people around them actually like them or if they just, want to hang out and get the money, be part of your entourage or what have you.
Speaking of it, the Guardians, I was watching an interview with Batista, and he said the third one's probably going to be his last one. He's getting a little too old to go shirtless. I think he said 52, 54, something like that.
That's disappointing.
He's like, just the training, I'm sure it takes a toll on you. Yeah. It's a shame. Is anybody watching that Star Wars on Disney Plus?
I'm gonna watch it with my kids. They want to watch it. I'll watch it pretty soon with them. The Crew or whatever. The bad.
I forget. Yeah.
Yeah, the animated one.
Bad Batch. Yeah.
Yep. Haven't got to it.
I don't know if I'm going. The series, the Bad Batch, or is that what it's called?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called.
On Disney Plus. I never watched the Clone Wars or anything like that, so I don't know if it's something I need to watch first or not.
We've watched the first. My son and I have watched like the first 3 or 4 episodes. We're enjoying it. So it's enjoyable.
Is it an interweaving, connected story, or are they all one-offs?
It's like it's an interwoven story. It tells so basically the premise is that there's basically these 5 clone troopers that were specifically genetically enhanced for specific, instead of just being standard clones, they altered them in some way to be specially trained in certain things. And then when the Order 66 came through for the clone troopers to kill the Jedi, it didn't work on them. And so they started having the freedom of choice and the freedom of, to choose what they want to do instead of being directed. So yeah, it's cool stuff. I mean, it's a little slow, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. If you're looking for if you're trying to get your fix or whatever with the your Star Wars fix, it definitely gives you a little bit of that. So that's good.
I'm just waiting for Loki.
Loki? Yeah, that'll be good. That looks cool. Forrest, have you played any games lately? Usually you played something.
Yeah, talking about Destiny for about 20 minutes earlier. I mean,
besides that, besides like the big one.
No, my son has been absolutely obsessed with Destinies, and it has not left the table since the day we got it. Like quite honestly, if I just said, "Hey, buddy, you want to play out everything else over the next 8 hours?" he would immediately just do it and not even hesitate. He is so into it. You got a chance to play it yet?
Nah, I don't have time to do anything fun.
15-minute watch play video. I mean, it's simple. I mean, because the game itself is just dirt simple. It is nothing more than doing skill checks and just it's a sandbox. It's just exploring in the world in a sandbox and doing skill checks. But no, I haven't played anything aside from that. Just nonstop Destinies.
Damn it, Nudge.
And getting a haircut.
I look professional. If I'm gonna do it, I at least got to look the part.
And then you made a tweet about legalizing sex work.
Absolutely, I feel very passionate about it.
I bet you do.
I have rubbed elbows with many people who have been in the sex trade, and I can tell you, we need to talk about it, and nobody wants to talk about it. I mean, the fact that you can make pornography, you can take lewd pictures, you can have people touch your testicles, but by God, they cannot do it in a pleasurable way, or else that is against the law. No. I mean, it's preposterous, and it just hurts everyone involved in the industry, except for the people that we don't like, pimps and stuff. Like that's the only people that is really benefiting. But yeah, it's very unpopular in Indiana for me to say that. I mentioned, but then again, that's what I'm going to be. I'm going to tell you exactly what I think, and you're going to know. My wife says, she's like, one thing I love about you is people either like you or they don't like you, and there's very few shades of gray in the middle. And it's, it is what it is. I'm trying it. I'm a Frank Sinatra. I'm gonna do it my way.
Good for you.
And I did it my way. All right, let's get late.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to bed, I think.
First, I do have a personal question to ask you when we go off air.
Oh, okay. Well.
All right, you can ask it on air. I honestly don't. I mean,
I'm not sure if I do.
Oh, yeah. Here, I'll make us not go live. Thanks everybody for everything, and get some sleep. Go, I don't know, go back Mosaic or something.